know, this is our second Agrifood policy conference. This has been a very successful franchise for us, and I hope this will be the second of many more to come. My name is Matthew Karnichnig. I'm Euractiv's editor-in-chief, and it is my great pleasure to have with us today the Commissioner for Agriculture, Mr. Hansen, which is something we've been waiting for quite some time. There's going to be an interview after I speak here very briefly with our agriculture editor, Angelo. But first, I would like to just thank our two sponsors for this event today, Koppert and Innocent Drinks, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. I'd also like to just introduce our Agrifood team. We've got a star team, as you know, those of you in the room who are regular readers, which I hope all of you are. We have, in addition to Angelo Di Mambro, we have Sofia. I see some more team members are coming in. We have Sofia Sanchez Manzanaro. We have Maria Simon. And we also have Alice Bergoin, who's not in the room but will be here shortly. And they will also be leading panels later in the day. We also have Jeremias Lin, whose name you might have seen. He's around here somewhere as well. So please reach out to our team if you have any questions about the newsletter or articles or anything of that nature. I just want to say that after the interview with Commissioner Hansen, there will be further panels. You do have Slido, so you can ask questions. But without further ado, I would like to invite up Commissioner Christophe Hansen and Angelo Di Mambro. First of all, the statement, and then the panel. I'm a little bit excited about the panel, so here we go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and first of all, I would like to thank Euractiv as well for organizing this second Agri-Food Policy Conference. I think it is timely because we are speaking about a lot of future challenges and orientations to take. Also the sponsors, one of the products I had it this morning, I will not specify which one it was. But ladies and gentlemen, navigating the future of agriculture and food, this is what you will be discussing this afternoon, and this is not an easy task, I have to say. And food and farming are vital for our people, our economy and society. And every day, the agri-food sector provides safe, healthy and high-quality food for over 400 million Europeans. And this sector is a major employer and a pillar of the EU economy. It's essential for sustaining social and economic life in our rural and coastal areas. And it is a crucial part of the solution in our fight against climate change. But these are, of course, very challenging times, and we are living in a very fast-changing and volatile world with challenges coming from every side. Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, rising global economic competition, and international trade tensions, just to name a few examples. And climate change is also having a more visible impact. And on top of that, we have wider issues of security and food security to address. So how do we react to these challenges? In February, I presented the vision for the future of agriculture and food and farming in Europe, which will be our very own compass, our roadmap to set the sail towards a more attractive, more competitive and more sustainable and also a more fair agri-food system. And we have already started delivering on this. In Europe, farming is highly diverse, and this is one of the great strengths. Our response to today's challenges cannot be one size fits all. I've announced during my hearing at the European Parliament that I wish to visit the member states, to see on the ground the differences. And I can tell you it's quite striking when in 1 week you are in one day in Sweden and on another day in Cyprus. Agriculture is very rich, but as well very diverse in the European Union. And this diversity is something that we have clearly recognized as well in the vision for agriculture and food. One of the very big challenges, one of the key issues is nonetheless the generational renewal. And we need to attract again young people into agriculture, but we know that this is not an easy task. And over the last 10 years, the EU has lost more than 3 million farms, and only less than 12% of the EU farmers are below the age of 40, and the average age is above 57 years of age. So that we have a huge demographic challenge that we need to address, and we need to act now to secure farming for future generations as well. If we don't, we will lose even more farms, and that would be threatening the EU's strategic autonomy in food production that we currently still have. And after this summer, we will present a strategy to address the main barriers that make it difficult for young farmers to enter the sector. And this strategy will focus on entrepreneurship. Whether large or small farms, they need to take a market-orientated approach to stay competitive and to stay profitable. And young farmers also need other basics in place. First, access to knowledge, access to credit, access to land, and also access to rural services. When it comes to better incomes, I think that is really something that we need to work on in order to have business models that are working. And we also need to make farming, again, an attractive profession, which means farmers need to receive a fair income, and farmers deserve a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, and because otherwise they simply choose to do something else, something more easy, and we will be left without the next generation of farmers. And they should, of course, get better revenues from the market. More revenue will allow them to make the investments needed to make their farms more efficient and resilient against future crises. And we have already proposed and actually I think I was the first commissioner to make new proposal under this mandate on the unfair trading practices, the directive, mainly on the cross-border application, but also on the common market organization, where we have now proposed to make it mandatory to have written contracts between the producing farmer and the traders or the ones that are taking up the product. So this is something that is now already in the legislative file, and I hope we deliver quickly in order to give as well this well-needed relief, because we want to avoid that farmers are systematically obliged to sell below production cost, and that is unfortunately happening way too often. And we are also looking at complementary income sources for farmers, such as, for example, carbon credits, nature credits, and opportunities offered by the bioeconomy. And these can provide new ways to reward farmers for more sustainable food production. And in fact, we want to develop the bioeconomy's potential to contribute to a new business model for sustainable economic growth, innovation, and competitiveness. By doing so, we could create up to 400,000 new highly skilled jobs by 2035, and this mostly in rural areas. And speaking about rural areas are essential for the agri-food production, of course, and they protect as well Europe's beauty, Europe's environment and traditions. And more than this, rural areas close to the EU external borders are especially sensitive, because I visited recently the 3 Baltic states. Finland, for example, has 1,340 kilometers of common border with Russia. And if you see these regions, what would be there without agriculture, without forestry and the related infrastructure and people living there, there would be nothing, and this would represent a great weakness as well to our external borders. So we will reinforce the rural proofing principle, and we will keep working closely with the rural communities, stakeholders, and civil societies, both for implementation but as well for policy discussions. And then another point that has been highly addressed by our farmers last year when they took it to the streets is simplification. And reducing red tape and bureaucracy has been a long-standing call from our farming community, and we want to make it easier for farmers to do what they do best. More farming and fewer forms to be filled in. I think that is very important, because none of the farmers I met chose the job to fill in papers and after long days of work still go behind the computer to fill in forms. I think that is very important. So we need to give them more time again out in the fields, out with their animals. That is what they wanted to do. And I think it is this will of course have, when they do that, and we have more simplified policies, that will make them more competitive again. And as you certainly read as well in your active, we presented on the 14th of May a simplification package focused on the common agriculture policy. This delivers simplification of almost, when you count the administrative burden, of almost 1.6 billion annually to our farmers in the 27 member states, but as well a reduction of administrative costs of 210 million for the national authorities. So I think this is very important. There is a lot in this simplification package, simplification for small farmers, simplification for in the conditionality, but as well for the organic producers. I think this is very important. We make it more easy as well for the national authorities to amend their strategic plans. And also what we provide is that we can use, member states can use up to 3% of their annual payments for crisis management, because we see that droughts, floods, animal diseases are becoming ever more frequent, and the tools we currently have in the CAP are not sufficient to address this. And I think it is very important also to say that when I speak to the farmers, most of the critics of the policies and of the administrative burden, it's not the common agriculture policy. It's a lot of environmental legislation, it's health and sanitary legislation, it's national and often as well regional legislation that is, by the way, different from one region to another, even inside the same member states. So I think this simplification is something that everybody needs to address, not only the European level, but as well the national and the local level. But nonetheless, we have agreed as well, and this is clearly stated in the vision, that there will be a second simplification package looking at other policy areas that are directly impacting the farms and making their work more difficult, and are not necessarily all having an added value. And ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned earlier climate change as a major challenge for farming, and water stress. I'm coming just now from Cyprus. Water stress and scarcity have, of course, very severe consequences for farmers. And tomorrow, the European Commission, with my colleague Jessica Roswell in the lead, will present the EU water resilience strategy. And I will address, it will address water scarcity and, of course, reduce water waste, work on water efficiency, and as well set actions against pollution and over-abstraction. And to put it bluntly, I think everybody is aware, without water there is no farming, and without farming there is no food production, and that is why it is so important that we address it. And coming to another point that is on other sector in agriculture that is highly under pressure, that is the livestock sector, because we have lost over the last 10 years almost 8% of our European livestock. In some regions it's even it's worse. Cyprus, I just mentioned it, minus 59% of livestock in 10 years. In others, here in Belgium, we are around minus 14%, but nonetheless this is a trend that is very worrying, because in some regions with a lot of grassland, livestock is the best and most sustainable practice that you can actually do. So I think it is very important we take this serious, and therefore we are working as well on a livestock strategy, which we have officially launched as well on the 8th of May when we had our conference on the vision, and many of you, I see, have attended that as well. And I think it is very important that we give predictability and a sustainable future to the livestock, because we see it in practice. If somebody stops with livestock, the ones taking over the fields and the land are not continuing with it, because it is a very difficult job. I mentioned several that we have a lot of pressure, not only on the emission side, but as well on the animal diseases. So it is very important that we address this. And in conclusion, we promised a different approach in our vision, one that is really grounded in reality and developed with everyone involved. And dialogue and consultation are not only empty words for me. I have chaired already 2 meetings of the newly created European Board on Agriculture and Food, bringing together the different parts of the value chain, not only the farmers, but as well environmental NGOs, food processors, and so on. So we cover the entire value chain. And I think this dialogue is very important. This morning we had as well an implementation dialogue that is new as well, and part of the mission letters of the Commission, of the commissioners. So we will have 2 of those annually as well. So this, and I see some of you, Anja, you were present as well for the rural youth this morning. So it is important that we have this exchange to see what is going wrong, what can be simplified, what are the accents we can put on for the generational renewal, and that is very important to get this feedback. But I've also traveled meanwhile to 18 different member states, some already several times, but I think it is very important to do so, because as I said in the beginning, our agriculture is rich, very diverse, and that is something that we have to take into account when we are looking into the future directions of the common agriculture policy. I think that is one thing to say. Another thing is also to give new opportunities as well to our agri-food sector. Next week I will be leading a high-level mission of our European agri-food producers to Japan. We never had that many EU agri-food companies applying. We are now over 100 participants from 22 member states. That has never been the case before. Maybe that is due because of the global trade tensions that we know on other sides of the globe. But nonetheless, I think it is a very important signal as well that we go there and give our farmers and food producers new opportunities. This is something that I wanted to share with you as well. So for me, it will be very important that the future orientation of the common agriculture policy is as well better targeted to those most at need. That was a very clear line as well in the vision. When you ask me who is most at need, I think we have to think maybe mainly about the next generation of farmers, so the young farmers, but as well our family farms and farms in regions with natural constraints that need it most. And I think it is very clear that also when we have different sizes, we have to speak openly as well about the possibility of degressivity, for example, because you can't compare a farm with 10,000 hectares with a farm of 10 hectares. There are different needs, and I think that we will be needed. Also, I think it is very important that we go on from a top-down approach rather to have a more tailored approach, a more territorial approach, and more based on incentives, because farmers want to participate in the fight against climate change, in the preservation of our environment and biodiversity, but we have to design as well at not only European level but as well at national level the instruments and the incentives that our farmers can take up. So I'm looking forward to the next 5 years, which will not be easy. I think that is clear as well. I mentioned some of the challenges, but nonetheless, I think the dialogues that I had so far are very enriching, and I'm looking forward to work together as well with many of you on a more robust and sustainable European agri and food system. That will be very important, and I'm looking forward now, of course, to get your questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. it's working. So you mentioned in your speech many times the CAP, and I will start from two difficult questions because otherwise I'm not doing my job. Yes, two difficult questions on the CAP and the budget. You said one month ago that the CAP reform will be presented alongside the new EU budget. Sophia reported yesterday that this is causing some frustration, especially among the MEPs in the Agricultural Committee. What can you say on that? Because in 1 month things can change also. Also, one can say that it's one. Also, a review of the CAP started last year and it's ongoing. So many things are overlapping. Are you sticking to the plan to present the CAP reform in July, or maybe it will be in September or October?
Well, the ambition is to have it in line with the MFF, with the multi-annual financial framework, because we can't do the policy without knowing what the budget will be, and vice versa as well. So I think this is very important. There are a lot of consultations going on. My colleague Piotr Serafin is touring around the capitals and the countryside as well. So this is, of course, an ongoing work. I completely understand the European Parliament that is currently working on an own initiative report on the future orientations of the CAP. And they want this, of course, to be taken into account. I think that is a valid point that they have, but nonetheless, I think what is also very valid, I was in the European Parliament when we had the last reform, and we bumped into European elections. And then after the European elections, half of the parliament team, or even more than half of the parliament team changed. There were different presidencies coming in, and then the whole reform was delayed. And this is something that was not necessarily helpful, because things at a certain point got rushed in the interinstitutional negotiations, but as well there was finally a lot of pressure on the national administration to transpose this, and then of course the CAP ended up not being as simple as it should have been, and I think that is something that we have to try to avoid, to be ready, well aware ahead of next elections, and not run into another delay that will be very critical.
So no postponement of the proposal to September or October. It will come with the budget.
I don't have a glass ball, you know.
Second question on the same issue. You always, in your speeches, you always refer to the importance of income support. And one that knows the old CAP thinks of the first pillar of the CAP, the so-called first pillar, no? So direct payments. And then you refer to rural areas. But it's a bit more difficult to take this reference to rural areas and to match them with the Rural Development Fund. Why? Because the Rural Development Fund is always being considered to be the progressive part of the CAP, with the green measures, investments in new technologies, diversification of farm production. Then things already happened to change with the National Strategic Plan. The distinction between the two pillars became a bit blurred, and now there is another plan risking to make it even to make this distinction even less clear. In the next CAP budget, in the next CAP, in your view, there is a room for a fund conceived and with such a governance like rural development fund is. Sorry.
Well, I think first of all, I mentioned earlier on in my speech the example of rural areas, in that case concerning our external security. And I think if we wouldn't have rural development in these areas, that would be a huge challenge, because infrastructure and the development of our agri-forestry economy would not be at that stage. So I think it has all its value. And we have a common agriculture policy that has proven over the last more than 6 decades that it can and has delivered on our treaty objectives: food security, income for farmers, affordable food for our citizens. I think that is very important that we remind ourselves about that. So for me, it will be very important that we remain with the tools that have proven being efficient over the last years and decades. I think that is very important that we maintain them together. Equally important it will be that we maintain our financial firing power, because as I've mentioned, the challenges are not becoming smaller. We have more pressure from on the geopolitical line. We have more pressure on the environmental, on the climatic pressures, and we have a lot of challenges as well when it comes to animal diseases, where the frequency currently is very high. So I think that is something we need to take into account. So the challenges are not becoming smaller, they are becoming bigger. And then also I think it is very important to say we are speaking a lot about our different priorities, and all of them are very important. But I think if we want to build a continent on an empty stomach, that will be difficult. So I think that is even not possible. So we have to make sure that we don't weaken what is working well. I know that even the agri-food sector would need a bigger support. Where this bigger support comes from is difficult to say, but nonetheless I have also a mission letter. And in this mission letter are the political guidelines of the President herself, in which she also underlines the importance of the income support for farmers. I have the strategic dialogue report, which clearly states that we need a specific and commensurate budget for agriculture, and that if there were additional requirements, that should come with additional financing. That was the strategic dialogue report. That is not legislative. Where this additional financing would come from, that's not detailed in that report, but nonetheless, it is part of my mission letter. And on this basis, I will fight for a strong budget that will deliver on the objectives. I think we also don't have to forget about the specificities of the common agriculture policy. You mentioned the direct payments, but as well in the second pillar, we have as well annual payments. Our farms and farmers got a loan from the bank on a certain security of what was coming in. If we cut this now, well, we risk of losing a lot of farms because they will be economically not viable anymore. And I think this is something that we duly have to calculate in all these reflections.
In your speech, you mentioned the next omnibus, the, let's say, outside CAP omnibus. There are high expectations on many things, simplification, as you have said, but also there is one specific topic. It's the topic of the so-called biocontrolled products, because it's expected from many sides, from many parts of the food chain. In a speech last month, you mentioned a kind of EMA style, EMA, European Medicine Agency style authorization, whereby the products are available immediately in all member states. That's triggered my curiosity, because I would like to know what you are cooking. I mean, are you going to reopen the 1107? Are you going to change something in the giving new powers to EFSA, for instance, European Food Safety Authority? Please tell us something about that, because you are coordinating the group on the new omnibus, no?
Well, officially it's Valdis Dombrovskis who's coordinating this, because
yes, okay.
He's in charge of the omnibuses. And you're right, this is not directly my portfolio, even though my constituents, if we might say so, are heavily dependent on those deliverables. So that was, I was very clear in the vision as well. We are very quick in taking off active substances from the market, mostly for scientific reasons, because it's bad for human health, it's bad for pollinators. But on the same time, we are very slow in getting the alternatives to the market. And I've spoken to a European startup in biopesticides, and they told me we are moving to the United States. And I said, why are you moving to the United States? Well, in the United States, in less than 1 in 12 months, we are on the market. In the European Union, this will, even for low-risk substances, take 5 to 8 years. We will be bankrupt by the moment we get to the market, and then we have to start 27 different authorization procedures to get to the market. That is not possible. And I have to say, I'm also coming from a very small member state, and I saw this as well when I was in Slovenia and other member states. They always are the last to get the products currently, because if there is a plant protection producer, they will of course go firstly to the bigger member states, and then it drops down to the others. And I think that is not fair for our farmers in the European Union, but as well, if we take a product off the market and the alternative, the more sustainable alternative, is not coming to the market, well, they are losing crops. This is bad for their competitiveness with third country importers, and that is a gap we have to close. I would love to give more means to EFSA. I would love to give as well the possibility that, for example, the member states that have the experts, that they can be seconded to EFSA if they don't want to give more money to EFSA, and that the authorization procedures are done immediately for the entire European Union. That would be ideal. Of course, there we have as well to work with the member states. I'm in very close contact with my colleague Oliver Varelli, and he's pushing a lot as well to get things done in this second simplification package when it comes to biopesticides.
Sophia.
Yes, so now that we are talking about the future after the summer, what's going to happen in the next simplification package, I would like to go back in time for a second to the previous mandate when you were a member of the European Parliament and as well the rapporteur of the EU's anti-deforestation regulation. And at that point, that was praised as a pioneering legislation landmark that will also protect farmers from products that come from deforested land. But the atmosphere, this positive atmosphere is just not the same now. What went wrong according to you?
Well, I believe that the speed went wrong. That is maybe the first remark, because you're right, I was in charge of the file in the European Parliament, and my last tweet, if I'm not mistaken, was implementation will be key. And on this implementation, we have lost a lot of time. That's maybe because, again, of the European elections that came in between. But, of course, the insecurity in the sector is now there. And I think that this insecurity is something that we need to take very seriously when we speak also about the need for simplification. I think we have in the European Union, in all our member states, when you look at the trends of forests, they are not going down, they are going up. I recently checked for my home member state, every year 100 hectares of forests are adding. No, it's not going the other way. And then, of course, we have national legislation that effectively make deforestation impossible. So I think there we need to find the right solutions that in the member states where when I'm harvesting a farmer that maybe doesn't even have forests would still need to make a declaration and he doesn't even have forest when he sells his beef, for example. I think everybody agrees that that doesn't make sense. This would add administrative burden, and this administrative burden needs to be taken off by the legal means, and this is not going to put in danger the objective and the well-funded objective, because we have global trends on deforestation that are very worrying. You know all the zones. I will not blame by now any third country, but we are well aware, and I think that is something where we need to contribute to the fight against global deforestation, but as well we need to make sure that for the SMEs that are not necessarily concerned, that when you are not concerned, you shouldn't be able to or be forced to pay the price for that. I think here it is, of course, very important to say that the big companies, they have the lawyers to do all that paperwork. But for SMEs and farmers, they don't. And I think that is something we need to factor in. If in a country there is an effective legislation that is making deforestation by law impossible, then we need to find the technical or legal solution that there is no additional reporting obligations for that concerned farmer.
But then you're again in a difficult position where this legislation is led by DG Environment. Are you in touch with them? Is there friction between DG Agri and DG Environment to simplify EUDR?
There is one commission and everybody is working on the same side.
Good. And also talking about reciprocity, that is another buzzword of the vision of this mandate for agriculture. It seems that for the issue of pesticides, the call for reciprocity is strong, and you made some bold pledges in the vision, particularly on maximum residue limits and limiting pesticides that farmers are not allowed to use in the EU, in imports. You will say you will carry an impact assessment on this. Where are we at, and what are the next steps?
It is true that, again, I mentioned before, when our farmers took it to the streets last year, there were three main requests: simplification, fairer prices, and fairer competition with third countries. And if we are taking off the market a plant protection product and we are not delivering an alternative, and then the same product is coming in from a third country, that is something neither the farmer understands nor the consumer understands it, and the farmers is suffering losses in the harvests because of that. And that is something where we have to clearly say, if it is, sometimes we take off products that are more for ideological reasons than for scientific reasons. But if it's for scientific reasons, I think we have the good argument as well at WTO level to say, okay, this is something we need to do to protect our consumers, to protect our biodiversity as well. And I think it would be greenwashing if we prohibit something to our farmers, but on the other side we take it in. That doesn't make sense. So there we are on track to prepare as well this list of the products most at risk, where we can have and argue it with a very scientific reasoning. That is the list we are establishing.
So first a list will come and then an impact assessment, or is this parallel?
This goes in parallel.
Okay. Also, again on reciprocity, Mercosur and reciprocity usually come together in farmer protests as well. There are many member states. Well, I understand the Commission will present the text in June or July. That's what we heard. And
if you say so.
That's what I heard. So many member states are still undecided or just saying no, particularly France and Poland. Others think that there could be some changes made to the agreement for more reciprocity when it comes to farmers. Is it even possible to make those changes? And why member states continue to push in that direction if it doesn't seem to be the case?
Well, first of all, I'm not only speaking to the member states, I'm as well speaking to different sectors. And I can tell you, it is not a coincidence that now we have a record number of EU agri-food companies that are joining the mission to Japan. And when you talk to certain sectors as well, individually, they are very keen on Mercosur because they see that with the US there might be difficulties. So I think that is something we have to take very seriously as well. And I think it is also very clear that we have in this agreement, by the way, the agriculture part was already signed not only recently, that was already in 2019. So I think that is something where we know that there are safeguards in for the sensitive sectors. And as well, when I speak to the member states, the position is, I believe, not for all the member states very much fixed. But I think on the reciprocity, and you mentioned deforestation, that is reciprocity in action. Because we have laws that prohibit deforestation. Well, if it works on one side, it has to work on the other side. And I think that is something where we will be very strongly looking at. I think it is very important as well when we speak about animal welfare, for example, because there as well we have way higher standards than in other parts of the world, and that is something where I believe that it is expected from us, and we need to deliver on this more reciprocity. And this is a clear request from the sector, not only from the agriculture sector, but as well from the NGO side.
So legislation outside the agreement helps to ensure that reciprocity. That's what you're saying.
I just mentioned deforestation, that is one part of it.
And finally, just the other big trade agreement that could happen this year could be India. And media reports point out that, well, the talks are very difficult, and this is the other way around, is them who are scared about the agricultural sector of the European Union. Is it true that there are some agricultural products, dairy in particular, that are being excluded from the talks? And where are we at when it comes to gaining access to spirits?
Well, I believe that we have here as well, when it comes to India, for us, offensive and more defensive sectors. And that is for the other side the same. And you are probably making reference to the FT article of today, where they state that dairy should be out. That is, India is one of the biggest dairy producer, is the biggest dairy producer in the world, but has a complete different structure as, for example, the European one, because there it's really 2, 3, 4 cows maximum per farm, so it's a different structure, and for them it's a very sensitive one. So that is what they state, what was stated in this article indeed. But we have as well sensitive sectors. Let's name sugar, let's name rice. So if dairy is not going one way, well then others are not coming our way.
Thank you.
Commissioner, we are almost at the end. What are your feelings on the work in the Commission? You say there is only one Commission, but the room reacted with a smile. So, what's your perception? Is agriculture and food really back on the top of the agenda, or this is just, you know, a narrative?
Well, for me, I think it is very clearly back on the agenda. I think it is clearly seen as well and acknowledged that food and agriculture products are as well weaponized on the international and the geopolitical scene. I think it is clearly recognized as well that a dependency that we maybe have in other sectors, in semiconductors, that are essential for our economy as well, but something where what we need on a daily basis 2 to 3 times, where we want to control the quantity and as well the quality of it. That is something that would be a huge weakness if we would let this autonomy out of our hands. By the way, agriculture and food production is one of the priorities that has been mentioned as well for the future orientations of our common of our MFF. So I think it is back on the agenda, and I think rightly so, because as I said, you can't build a continent on an empty stomach, and there I believe we have. And then sometimes people that are not familiar with agriculture, they say 1/3 of the EU budget for agriculture, that's way too much. But if we look into the details, this is 0.3% of our GDP that is going to agriculture, yes, but agriculture is not only the primary producer. There are the plant protection producers, there are the tractors producers, the machinery, there is the food transformation, the bakeries, and so on behind. So it is way more. And I think that is something we need to acknowledge. So it delivers on an economic security, on food security. Farmers are becoming more and more as well energy producers, so they deliver on, and I think there is a lot of untapped potential for energy production in the farming sector. If we want to make livestock, as I mentioned, more sustainable, I think that is something where what we need to take way more seriously, support farmers via the different possibilities, including over the second pillar, to be energy farmers. I think that is a very important one. And as well, as I mentioned, external security and physical security, because if we don't have agriculture, forestry in our bordering regions, that would be that would weaken us, make us vulnerable. And I think there we deliver with this 0.3% of our GDP on so many priorities and so many security aspects. And I think that is very important to underline.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to Commissioner Christophe Hansen. And now, please take your seat. Now,
too much information. I don't know if Mr. Krabal, maybe you want to start.
Well, first of all, let me thank the invitation for being here. It's quite an honor to address all of you. And special compliment for my colleagues from the panel. Well, this is a very interesting question. One of the things that we have to do is to base this food labeling in science. It's quite important for us to have a scientific basis for the food labeling. But this is not the case right now. The scientists are fighting each other regarding what were an attempt to have an harmonized standardization of European harmonization of the Nutri-Score, for instance. This is, for me, the main goal, science-based. But at the same time, we cannot forget that there is differences between our member states, differences on the products that we produce, differences like our traditional specialities, differences with our GIs and PDOs that represents a lot of cultural heritage that we should preserve and maintain. And this is quite important to have nowadays, because in the attempt of this standardization and harmonization, we are producing some inequalities, we are producing some situations that are doing more harm than benefits. For instance, when we have like this Nutri-Score that we are now implementing here in Brussels, Netherlands, even in Spain, when we have the evaluation of soda can higher than olive oil, for instance, for Portuguese and Spanish, it's quite in Italian and Greek, it's quite important. It doesn't make any sense, and this is what we are trying to not to fight, but to debate and to speak and dialogue in order to have the best solution possible. Now, I don't see, and we had this discussion in the European Parliament recently, and I'm thinking that we are going to have again, I don't see a way to have this kind of standardization, because we need fair information, clarity, and at the same time reliable information. And when we don't have it, we are not creating the conditions for an informed choice when people go to the stores. We are leading people to choose what we want them to choose. And this is quite different. We, in my group, we defend the freedom of choice. Independently of the consequences of the behaviors, of course, we are totally aligned with awareness campaigns and information, but at the same time we totally believe in a freedom of choice. And what we need to do is to give the information for the consumers to have this free choice, and then, of course, be aware of the consequences of their choices. Second thing that is quite important for me, and sorry for being so long in the first intervention, because I don't know if you already know what I...
We will come back to the issue of GIs and nutrition later, don't worry.
Okay, so I will stop and I'll pass to my colleagues.
Please, Ms. Jung-Hung or Calvert.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, for having academia point of view. I'm really honored to be here as well. Indeed, I agree it has to be grounded in science. It's $1 million questions for sure. And science itself is not just from one field, it's more interdisciplinary as well, because it's not just nutritional health science, environmental research, but also behavioral insight, social science, economics, and marketing. One of our latest study, we did found some evidence to see, for example, front of pack labeling like Nutri-Score or EcoScore do support consumers and their assessment of nutritional quality or environmental impact of food products. But, a very important but, is that there are conditions to it. For example, if the food products or if the two labelings are conflicting, like products that are maybe nutritionally scoring really well, but then environmentally less ideal, then consumers may experience something we assume or we expect it is cognitive dissonance. So they do not assess the products as you want them to be according to the label anymore. That said, it means that consumers should be informed about such a trade-off. Not all healthy or nutritionally ideal products can be environmental friendly, or other way around, or some other types of information that they should be informed. And that is why it's important to involve interdisciplinary approach, not just natural science, but also economics, marketing, and behavioral science, especially from consumers' point of view, and also producer points of view. Thank you.
Ms. Calvert.
Is this working? Oh, yeah, it's definitely working. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe I can start with a bit of a downer about consumer information, which sounds a bit strange coming from a consumer organisation. But I think we need to also keep in mind when we're discussing consumer information that it is one tool in the toolbox, and I hate that phrase, but it is one tool in the toolbox, but it's not a silver bullet. And I think sometimes we rely too much on consumer information and education as ways of shifting consumers to healthier and more sustainable diets, but we really need to have a systemic change in the food environments to make it much easier for consumers to go for healthier and more sustainable options. That said, there are different food policy areas that have different requirements when it comes to food information. So in some areas we need more information. So I'm thinking about origin labelling could be expanded. Animal welfare labelling, we don't have an EU animal welfare label. Alcohol labelling, it's missing nutritional information and ingredients. Then there are areas that we need better information, such as nutritional information. So Nutri-Score was mentioned, and that is an important element because we have nutritional information on the pack already, but it's too complex. Unless you have a nutritional degree, it's too complex for the average consumer to be able to interpret it. So we do need a simplified nutritional information. And then there are areas where we need less information, which sounds strange. But we have examples on the market now where you can see that there is either nutritional washing, so we still have claims on products that are fatty, salty, and sugary, because nutrient profiles haven't been set for 16 years. We also have examples of green claims, which we're hoping we'll see a crackdown soon, which confuse consumers who are trying to opt for more sustainable choices. So we really need to have sort of a comprehensive approach when we're dealing with food information. And consumers need to be able to rely on it. And for that to be the case, it needs to be independent, because consumer trust is derived from the independence of the development of the different labels. So it's really important that we have independent labels that have a robust body of scientific evidence demonstrating that consumers understand them and they can use them as intended.
Okay, great, thanks. So I keep in mind this idea of complexity and relying on scientific information and having a pluridisciplinary approach. So I would like to go back on your point, Ms. Yonghong, on what consumers are looking for in the food label. So what are they actually looking for? What are they interested in? And are they finding it now with the EU standards on food label? Maybe a follow-up question that maybe you two can also answer is, are we actually empowering citizens and consumers with all these labels, or are we infantilizing them? Is there a risk as well to be too prescriptive? You were saying already a little bit about too much information on some labels. So yeah, what are they searching for? Are they finding it?
Yeah, indeed. First of all, I think we can all agree that consumers are not a homogeneous group. And that is also why policy making is so difficult, because we cannot tailor it into consumer group. And by EU policy or the regulation itself, food products, like Emma mentions, that there are already a comprehensive list of bag-of-pack nutrition label that could be quite complex. And if consumers really want to, they can more or less find the information somewhere, not on the food label itself. And besides, if we have to think about it, for most of the consumers, although we are quite different, most people would find taste important, and then something else like price, food safety, nutritional aspects, etc. But not all of these consumers can experience or can test them. And that's why we have to base this on consumer trust, and that is why food labeling plays such an important role in building such a trust. And that is where we have to look at how we can channel this using food labeling as the media or as the channel to really help consumers to find or to have the trust in, for example, nutritional values or environmental impact. And that's where it comes to the second questions, I guess.
So are we infantilizing people, or are we empowering them with this information? Is there a possibility that we give too much information, as you were starting to say?
Yeah, I think there are examples where we're getting too much information, but sometimes that's marketing information that is on the label, and that can confuse consumers. So we have examples of green claims on the pack. We had an example from our German member where they asked consumers in a survey to correctly classify the greenhouse gas emissions of 3 different products, so a beef patty, a pork schnitzel, and a veggie burger. And they were 70% were able to do that correctly, but as soon as you add a carbon neutral claim, only 30% were able to do that. So that's an example of where we can improve consumer understanding and reduce consumer being misled by removing those kinds of claims. When it comes to infantilizing consumers, I think we have to take a step back and recognize that consumers are making their choices within the parameters of choices that have already been set by commercial actors. So in terms of the prices that have been set, what is promoted to consumers, even retail environments. Everyone knows what a checkout looks like, especially when you have kids. These are all areas that can be improved, so consumers actually have the freedom to make the choices without having those kind of commercial influences. Front of pack nutrition labeling, that can help cut through some of the confusion that consumers are experiencing at the moment, and help guide them in an easy to understand way, because consumers, they do not have a lot of time when they're in the supermarket. They make their choices within a matter of seconds. So a front of pack nutrition label like Nutri-Score, which has a very robust body of evidence behind it can help consumers to make healthier choices in a quick way in the supermarket.
So I know that BEUC is supporting this type of labeling. Do you think it should be mandatory in the EU? And maybe a question for Mr. Cabral, follow-up question. Would it face legal or political obstacles making this type of labeling, front of package labeling, so nutritional also labeling, mandatory?
From our perspective, yes, absolutely. It's what we were hoping for. In the last mandate, the European Commission was due to come forward with a proposal to revise the Food Information to Consumers regulation, which would have touched on other areas, but did include a front-of-pack nutrition label, which was due to be harmonised and mandatory, and that we fully supported that because any consumer, wherever they are in Europe, should be able to benefit from the additional support that such a label can bring you in the supermarket. And we know that if a product or if a label is voluntary, you will always have manufacturers that simply will never put it in place. Like we have in France, which was the first to adopt the Nutri-Score voluntarily, they have 60% of products which are using the Nutri-Score, which is fantastic. But for consumers to have a full picture, you really need to have it mandatory so they can see the Nutri-Score on all the different products.
How realistic is this on your side? You're in the European Parliament, so you have a better idea maybe of like how the current political debates can
be quite challenging.
This or not. Yeah?
Yeah, quite challenging. And it was just said, the consumers has to seconds to decide the purchase. And this is why it's so important that the labels that we see, the colors that we see, the letters that we see on these labels has to be, has to have sufficient information to have the trust and the confidence for the consumers. Because if not, we are creating so much harm to the sector that it will not bring anything positive. And of course, it will create some legal processes because, as I just said in the beginning, there is some difficulties for even the science. It's quite stable now, but we still have scientists that fight this Nutri-Score labeling. For instance, the question of seeing the calories as a bad thing and bad thing on less fat, for instance, instead of the nutritious quality of the food. This could raise a lot of questions for our companies and for our production, because in here we have such a diversity of production, and this is quite important. At the same time, I also like to highlight, for instance, that for instance, the recent data from Eurobarometer for the fisheries, I didn't check the meat, but for the fisheries, it's the price that is the only or the mainly reason for the consumers to buy. And when we are talking about the price, we are talking when we are talking about the price, we are talking about less nutritive food, and this will affect the people that always are affected, lower and medium lower incomes. And if we create a new system, a system that says that this is better than that product, because we need labeling not only for the information but also for the consumers to make to compare the products itself. Why I'm taking this orange juice instead of the other? Because I have some reason. So this is important to have this into account. And when we are comparing, we are seeing the prices, and people will go, unfortunately, for the price. And this is quite challenging and quite complicated to create a system that is fair for everyone. At the same time, when we are developing a lot of stamps, a lot of certification qualities, etc., we don't have it in the European recognition. So this is quite important because we have a lot of products that comes from regional places or local places that they create their own stamps, and unfortunately it's not recognized by a quality scheme, and it creates a lot of confusion on the consumers. But for me, the most important thing now it's to say that it's quite challenging to create a system that could be fair and not stigmatize people that go to buy groceries in the store.
A point that you rose earlier was on the question of geographical indicators. So these products that we call GIs, for example, Parmigiano Reggiano or Comté in France or Mortadella di Bologna. These products, some people say that they would be unintentionally penalized by labels like nutritional labels because they are not necessarily super nutritional, but they are part of our cultural heritage. So in your opinion, should these products be exempt from nutritional labels or even environmental label to protect this part of our identity that also food is not just for nutrition? So I don't know what your position on this is. Maybe the other speakers want to make a point on this.
For sure, but at the same time, what will be the limits to exempt the products from this kind of standardization? This is quite a complex question. I believe that should be exempt because we are not dealing with the singularity of the products that we produce in the European Union. It should be exempt. But at the same time, I recognize that there is no system that could take all of this into account. So it doesn't make any sense for me now to have this kind of harmonized EU food labeling. But let me just go a little bit backwards, talking about this color, Nutri-Score color identification or
so green, the healthiest,
green,
to red, less
exactly.
healthy. Yeah?
It's quite easy to say, to see that, of course, but we are comparing the same system of the energy efficiency of fridge, microwaves, ovens, and it's not the same thing. When we give this kind of classification to a food, it's not the same thing when you give it to a fridge, for instance, because it creates different impacts in the consumers. It creates different impacts in the way people react to this food, and this is quite important to understand. Of course, we totally believe in the simplification, but at the same time, it creates even more complexity on the purchase behavior. And at the same time, when we have, for instance, in the tobacco, I don't want to bring some specific cases, but on the tobacco, when we created so much complication in the tobacco packages, what were the responses? Is to create some how can I say in English, some cover-ups of the packages of tobacco, and people continue to consume tobacco, and we discover it doesn't make any sense. So we need to be more clear, have more clarity and straightforward to the consumer.
So Ms. Calver, I imagine you disagree with this claim.
I just wanted to come back on the concept of tradition, because this came up a lot during the Nutri-Score debate over the years. I think it's important to actually remember that traditional products are not exclusively Parma ham or Parmesan cheese. Actually, our French member did a study of 600 different traditional products, and the vast, or 62% of them received a good score with the Nutri-Score. So there's lots of products like melon, lentils, even lamb that score very well with the Nutri-Score. So it's not just Parma ham and Parmesan cheese. And it's also important to remember that the algorithm behind the Nutri-Score is not a subjective one, it's an objective one. It simply takes the nutrients of concern, as well as some positive elements, such as the fruit and vegetable content, and it's an algorithm. It simply creates a score, and then that's how you see it in A, B, C, D, or in E on the product. And also coming back to the...
It has flaws, right?
It's not perfect,
okay.
But no scheme. I always say this, that if there was a better scheme, we would be in favour of that. We are not married to the Nutri-Score. We simply follow what the science says is the best. And we have, I think, over 130 peer-reviewed studies which show that Nutri-Score, it helps consumers like it, first of all. Consumers say that they understand it, and then there is also evidence that show that consumers understand it, including in real-life supermarket trials, which is classified as high-quality evidence when it comes to these kinds of things. And also some of that evidence shows that it is very effective, more effective than other labels in helping consumers from lower socioeconomic groups in going for the healthier option. And that's really important because we have an obesity crisis in Europe, not just for adults, worryingly in children as well across Europe. So it's really important that we can reach those consumers with the information labels that we choose.
Ms. Jungkung, I don't know if you want to help us solve this debate from the consumer behavior perspective.
I believe it's important to preserve both tradition and transparency.
You're in the center, it's perfect.
A typical scientist. Indeed, it's an objective criteria, and also Nutri-Score itself is Well, it's about quantity. It's sometimes not really looking into like the quality, for example, of protein or types of fiber, etc. So it's based on quantity. So I understand where the debates come from. But let me declare that personally, I do think it could be beneficial for public health objective if we do use this front of pack labeling more, because at the end, traditional food can also be part of a balanced, healthy diet of consumers. And having such a score or having more indications related to its nutritional quality shouldn't make these products so-called being penalized or reduce consumption to the ways that will not just, to the way that is so low that people will stop enjoying it. Most people eat those products, the so-called lower nutritional quality ones, are not for the health impact, but mainly for enjoyment. So in that sense, I think they are not necessarily conflicting one another from GI and Nutri-Score.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to come back on one of the dimensions that we so far didn't really dive deep into, is the question of green claims that you mentioned quickly, Ms. Calver, and the fact that over the last 10 years, green labels have multiplied. We've seen more and more of them, same for fair trade labels. So my question here is how to ensure that these are not just marketing arguments and that these are not greenwashing attempts. And maybe I will link to my next question is that we have a trilogue right now going on for the Green Claims Directive, which is a text part of the Green Deal which is trying to fight exactly these greenwashing attempts. But we have heard from some sources in the Parliament that the Council is trying to impose the assessment method for assessing the environmental impact of these products, and that it can at the end favor the industrial livestock industry. So my question is first, how to combat these marketing arguments or greenwashing arguments with these green claims, and what do we expect from this Green Claims Directive currently discussed in the EU? So I don't know who wants to start first on this question. Greenwashing, green claims.
It's a reality. We saw this a few years ago that it's a possibility to increase the sales of some products, and this is quite important to address. And this one thing that I defend in agricultural committee is that we need to have, for instance, other aspects in the label. And I believe that when we are talking about fairness in the food supply chain, for instance, I defend that we should have information for the consumer to understand which part of the food supply chain had the biggest share of the profits, for instance. We need to have information what that euro that we are buying on the shelf goes to the farmer, goes to the industry, and goes to the distributor. So it's quite important to have other sources of information to help the informed choice. And of course, when we are talking about these green claims or greenwashing, it's quite important to validate all of these labels, all these mentions that we have on the packages. But for this validation, we need to have an independent organization to validate all of them. And this is quite important for us, to have this neutral approach. Of course, I totally agree that we still don't have the best scheme possible, but let's work on it to create this best scheme possible in order to achieve the goals that we have. But the question is that we need to answer is, how can we create this external entity, to create this independent entity that could validate all of these claims that the manufacturers put on the packages? And this is another fight that we are going to have.
I know that you have to leave a bit earlier. It's 15 already. I don't know if you want to keep this as your final, or maybe hear the answers of your colleagues here.
Yeah, just to add, I completely agree that there needs to be an independent evaluation of the claims before they go to market. We're also a little bit concerned that we've heard that the carbon neutral claim ban, which was meant to apply to products and to company level as well, it could be reintroduced at company level. So we're worried that that could lead to some greenwashing from certain products. So yeah, we'll be watching.
Greenwashing is the term that we now hear a lot from the public, among even our master PhD students. And sometimes it makes us a bit concerned that maybe companies that are putting genuine efforts in improving environmental sustainability are somehow punished or somehow perceived as doing greenwashing. So I think from this directive, what we would expect to see is that companies that are really doing an effort to improve food choices for consumers should be rewarded in a way and incentivized, because indeed, like we said, we cannot rely only on consumers' choices, making informed choices, but also have to rely a lot on the environment, on the offers that are given to them.
I don't know if you want to give a final statement before you leave.
No, just to apologize to all of you that I have to leave, but I have to present a report now in Agri Committee regarding the cooperation in third countries. Sorry, cooperation among member states, not third countries, regarding the unfair trading practices. So this is why I need to leave. But I will have this final possibility to address you, to say that in the European Parliament, in my group, we defend more simplification, to not increase the complexity of the processes, and to not create an excessive burden over the consumers. This is quite important, because it's in the previous panel, someone asked that to the commissioner if we are talking again the agriculture in the center of the discussions. It's true. We really feel that agriculture is again on the center of the discussions, and this is why we cannot create overburden, over complexity for the consumer's choice. Secondly, it's quite important for us to have, of course, healthy choices, but balance with the social and economic capacity of the consumers. We need to understand that sometimes healthy food is more expensive than the cheaper food. And we saw it on the fish market. I don't want to talk too much about fish, but I have another report about fish. So this is why I have so many data. Because we saw that people are changing their behaviors and their consumer habits for frozen, because they are cheaper, for less quality fish because they are cheaper, and not because they are more nutritious or not. And this is an issue that we should address for the future, because we need to create the conditions for the Europeans to not have the choice based only on price. And thirdly, I don't want to leave you without a positive message. I believe that we need to create a system that could harmonize in all the EU, because it doesn't make any sense when I'm living here in Brussels. When I go to Portugal, I don't have the same scheme, the same food labeling. I have the nutritional information, but I don't have this Nutri-Score labeling. It doesn't make any sense, because we need to improve the internal market. We need to lower the barriers. We need to lower or get rid of the regulatory barriers that we have internally. But at the same time, I totally agree that we should have a constructive view in order to achieve this better scheme for all of us. But in my opinion, the final goal of our work is the consumers. And just the last one, because I think we are talking about the new technologies. No, I have to go. This is a trick. I say that I have to go and I speak a lot of time. No, just to say that these new technologies, like QR codes, for instance, should create or promote the possibility, for instance, that the consumers go there and check the history of the product, the history of the farm, the history of the company, if it's a family company or something like that, in order to also have other variables of the behavior of purchasing. So it's quite important to have all of this into account, and we cannot reduce all the cultural heritage and all the quality and diversity of the food that we produce here in the European Union to A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Thanks a lot.
Thank you
and
very
sorry
much.
for leaving you.
Thank you for being with us. Oh yeah, please. Thank you very much. Bye. So maybe I'm checking also the questions that the people are asking online, and one of them is about origin labeling, and if it can be a solution as well. So this is also a topic that I wanted to touch upon. He was speaking, Mr. Cabral, about not putting too much burden on consumers. Some people say that origin labeling is putting a lot of burden on food producers, because it's difficult to assess in the value chain where when meat, for example, comes from, because it can be mixed, or it could impose too much of administrative burden, or put even farmers in competition between each other within the EU, if we are speaking about origin labeling within the EU. So yeah, my question to you is, as we know that more and more countries are imposing to restaurants to show where the meat come from in the restaurant, where the meat come from when they serve it, would making this harmonized at the EU level, would it be a too high administrative burden? Would it be a problem for the internal market to put farmers in competition with each other? Or on the opposite, would it be worth it to give the information to the consumers?
I actually think it's a question of fairness to EU producers that we have origin labelling on products which don't have it at the moment, such as processed foods or in restaurants, because that's where a lot of meat which is imported is actually used, because they know that the consumer doesn't know where it comes from. And this is a key demand for consumers, and we were really pleased that the vision for agriculture and food sets out the intention to extend origin labelling to, well, it hasn't said what to what yet, but it says it's going to extend the origin labelling. And this is important for consumers to have transparency about where the food they buy comes from. So it needs to go beyond the fresh products that we have at the moment to processed foods. I would also say that it needs to go to products with a certificate, so PGIs and PDOs, because it's a bit of a weird loophole, I would say, that these products, which are really associated with region and origin, they don't have to provide origin labelling. And that can be quite confusing for consumers. In Italy, our member reported that 70% of the brajola, I don't know if I'm saying that right, actually came from Latin America. So that's something that I think really needs to be addressed in the future when we're thinking about extending origin labelling.
So it could be a solution to the food we import, that we don't really know how they are produced, or how high the quality is from third countries.
Yeah, it makes it fair for EU producers that the origin is known for when it comes from a non-EU producer.
I would think so too. And origin labeling, well, I would not really see it as a threat to the single market. I would see it more as a catalyst to encourage continued improvement, because competition would always be there. And marketing itself naturally it thrives on diversity, storytelling, innovations. So I would think if we can harmonize it, or if we can allow or more opportunity for the producers to make their products distinguish themselves based on their origin, which is also an objective criteria in theory, that would be a good thing.
Thank you. So you think that we should further harmonize this origin labeling in the EU, to impose it, to make it mandatory for more food products than there is right now?
For us, yes. I think consumers have said that processed meat products, that's important, as well as milk would be important product categories. Also, not just extending origin labelling, but closing some of the loopholes that we have at the moment with current origin labelling. There's an issue whenever meat is sold online. Quite often we've seen from our members that the origin labelling says it comes from Belgium, Netherlands, Austria, Germany, or another EU country. So that's not really informative for consumers. We also have a loophole that we'd like to see closed, that when meat is prepared, fresh meat is prepared, and then just simply adding spices or certain additives means that it's now no longer needed to provide origin labelling. So that's a bit of a loophole that consumers would be concerned about, that we would like to close in existing origin labelling requirements.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm still looking at the questions from the audience, and I see a question from Céline, going back on Nutri-Score, and you mentioned obesity already. She says that in France, Nutri-Score appears in more products, and she's wondering if there are already some data available on the positive results on obesity or on other behaviors. I don't know if you have information, or maybe in your research, if you also have encountered some from first results, the impact of these labels?
Yeah, as with any public health policy, it's very difficult to prove when there are so many different reasons which contribute to obesity and the consumption of foods which are high in fat, salt, and sugar. It's very difficult to prove that one voluntary measure has made a significant impact. But we have evidence that consumers appreciate it, and they say that they have changed their purchasing choices because of the Nutri-Score. We've also seen that supermarkets are selling more products for the ABC than before. But it's very difficult, even if there was a crackdown on marketing to kids, which would have, I believe, would have more of an impact on obesity. I think it would be very difficult to isolate marketing restrictions on the effect as well.
Have you observed impacts, or do you have more to add?
Indeed, I agree. It's impossible to isolate an effect. We live in an environment that have multiple public health interventions going on, so we can't really see or measure them alone. But besides that, or besides data from consumer behavior, we also indeed see producers that actively reformulate their products to achieve a better Nutri-Score, and I think that is an important aspect or positive effect that is brought by such a labeling.
But how can we be sure that they have an effect if we can't really see them now?
Well, with the Nutri-Score, there have been a lot of experimental studies which show that consumers can use it to correctly classify foods according to the nutritional content of the foods, so as it's intended. And then in the real-life supermarket trial, it showed that when Nutri-Score was used, it had an impact on the sort of overall nutritional content of the shopping basket, so that was improved. Including for, as I mentioned before, consumers from lower socioeconomic groups. So yeah, there's evidence there that Nutri-Score can help there.
All right. As we are arriving soon at the end of the panel, I wanted to ask maybe a last question to you, Ms. Jung-Hoon. I know that you have been working on digital tools as well, so I'm wondering if these digital tools, like QR codes, for example, can help make the labels more clearer. And address the issue maybe of space on the package simply, or are they on the contrary shifting complexity online or even making it more difficult for different consumers to access the information?
Yeah, we did studies related to different digital tools, and we do believe that having those things available is always a good idea. I mean, that consumers have more options, but whether they should be obliged on it, that's another question. And we have to make sure that, for example, QR code is not replacing front of pack nutritional labeling, but it's just to make sure that there are layered informations for those who have higher information need, that they will know where to find a credible source of information related to, for example, nutritional values or environmental impact, instead of just searching themselves somewhere, but more specific to the product. So the information tools should be specific, should be credible, should be verified from sources that come out from standardized methods, etc.
All right. As we are arriving at the end, maybe we have time for 1 minute each for a final takeaway, what you wanted maybe to add on this conversation, or what should the EU prioritize to make food label more clearer and more trustworthy in the future?
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on the
Sure,
digital
of course,
labeling because
please.
I totally agree that, and I really liked what our MEP colleague mentioned, that QR codes, they can be used for the kinds of information that's complementary or additional, such as history of the farm or history of the vineyard, etc., or recipes. But essential information like nutritional information or ingredients, it really needs to be placed on the front of pack nutrition label if we ever get it. It should be placed on the package. But QR codes is just not practical for consumers in a supermarket environment. And I think I can say that moving forward on food information, we're a bit disappointed with where we're at the moment, because we saw, there was going to be a proposal in 2022 for a front-of-pack nutrition labelling, but also alcohol labelling, origin labelling, and date marking. And we've seen from the vision that there's hardly any mention about these kinds of things. So we're really hoping that before the end of the mandate, we see a renewed interest from the Commission using science as the sort of the signpost for where we need to be on that. Thank you.
Yeah, just very short, I think that indeed, we need interdisciplinary approach to address policy issues. We need the system way of thinking, but not just looking at one aspect, whatever policy that we're looking at. And no, thank you very much. And if you're interested to know more about research, always welcome to contact us.
Thank you very much. We can applaud our speakers, I think. We will now have a 30 minutes coffee break, and we will meet you again here at 4:05. So yeah, please make sure that you come back at this time for the next panel, who will be on advancing agriculture and how to regulate new technologies in agriculture with my colleague Maria. Thank you so much, and see you soon.
Test.
I hope you're ready for this next panel, which I'm warning you might get a bit technical, but I promise it will be worth it. My name is Maria Simon, Agrifood reporter at Euractiv, and we'll be discussing innovation in agriculture, more in particular, new innovation in breeding techniques, aka new genomic techniques, or NGTs for pros. For starters, let's say that NGTs are kind of like GMOs, but not quite like it, and that's why we need new rules for them. Some wouldn't agree, but I believe that my speakers today will. So please let me welcome on stage, first from the Commission, Irene Sacristan Sanchez. She's head of unit for biotechnology at DG Santi. Thanks for being with us today. Then we'll have MEP Jessica Polfjord from the MV Committee at the European Parliament. Thanks for being with us. And then Mercedes Campi, agriculture policy analyst at the OECD. Thanks for being with us as well. So this, as you know, is a very timely discussion, and I'm not saying this because it's my panel, but because legislation on NGTs is currently being discussed. It's in the hands of co-legislators, some of them here. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's go for a slow start and think about innovation in our table. I encourage you to also use the QR code you have on your seat to ask questions via Slido. In any case, I have a first one for our speakers. I would like to know what you would like to see on your plate in the near future. A Southern European like me could say, for example, pasta made from drought-resistant wheat. So what about you? Let's start with Irene, perhaps.
Do I need to turn it on, or is it working?
Can we hear Irene?
You can hear me. Thank you. So I'm Southern European as well. I'm Spanish, and I have been following with a lot of interest trials that are going on in Italy for risotto rice, which is resistant to fungal disease. So I would put that on my table.
Jessica?
Well, I'm from Sweden, so I would say meatballs, but I couldn't relate it to, to the NGTs. So being in Brussels, I would say that I would have French fries made of potatoes that are resistant to mold and fungus.
Great. Mercedes, what about you?
Well, for me, I'm from Argentina, but it's not meat. What I would like to see in my plate, I think it's food that it's telling us an innovation story, a story of success. So I could say, for example, pasta made with wheat tolerant to drought, but that was also produced using precision agriculture and taking advantage of artificial intelligence in order to use less pesticides and to be better with the environment.
Great, sounds like a menu to me. So to start us off, maybe we can stay with Mercedes. I would like you to give us a quick overview about what these new breeding techniques are and the potential they hold for the future.
Okay, so it's good that you started by me because I think I'm the less technical here, and you warned that it's going to be a technical panel, but I am an economist, so I will reply from maybe not that technical perspective. New genomic techniques such as gene editing are tools that can contribute to the sustainability and resilience of our food systems. They have or they promise to help us obtain food that is resistant to climate stress, or also to use less pesticides and to use in a better way the resources. And in that way, they are very promising because we are facing a lot of challenges in agriculture, and that are not only environmental challenges, but also we need to provide livelihoods for our farmers. We need to make the sector more attractive for young farmers or for newcomers. And we also need to secure, to be able to guarantee food security and nutrition food for an increasing population. So these techniques are very promising to deal with some of these challenges. But I would also like to say, and I think some examples will come after, but I could say that we would need to think about these technologies not in isolation, but within a broader innovation system. And only in that way they will be able to fulfill these promises. So I do not see them as a breakthrough or as a unique revolutionary innovation, but as part of an innovation system that, together with the potential that now we are seeing in artificial intelligence and in digital tools for precision farming, are going to help us direct the innovation system to address these challenges.
Thank you. Then for Irene and Jessica, we know that the EU often takes pride in having the strictest standards in the world, but then proponents of NGTs would say that we're lagging behind. So I'm wondering, how can we strike a balance between this ambition of having strict standards and then the call to boost innovation? Maybe Irene, you can start.
Sure. You know, in this debate about NGTs and in general about biotech, GMOs, I try to move away from the either-or. So we have a very robust food system in terms of science, in terms of regulation, and that's an asset, and it's an asset that we need to preserve for the sake of our consumers, but for the sake also of the quality and the ability to compete of our products. But this does not mean that we cannot support innovation. I mean, myself, I'm primarily active in the world of regulation, of making sure that the legislation is fit for purpose and trying to propose to the Parliament and to the Council something that works. And I think for me, a key to try to maintain this balance is to stay science and evidence-based, to build on experience. Some of these technologies, I mean, the new genomic techniques are from the last 2 decades, but they are building also on an area that we know. We need to involve stakeholders in the design to understand what delivers. We need to think, of course, and this is a key theme right now with all our simplification initiatives, we need to think about burden, and in the EU we are specialists at complex regimes because we have to manage a governance level of EU level, national level, but we need to reflect when we are coming up with legislation what's the purpose of the burden. And then, of course, what's very difficult in areas like this, but we need to strive for is to do regulation that's future-proof. Find a balance between legislation adopted by the Parliament and the Council, which provides a sound framework, but that leaves space, for example, for scientific guidance for adaptation. We need to explore new tools. I have, for example, no experience of regulatory sandboxes, but these are the new things. So there are ways to design a policy to reconcile, I think, innovation and the safety that as Europeans we are very attached to.
Mm-hmm. Now to Jessica, has the EU perhaps leaned too far in one direction in this dilemma that we're discussing?
I think it's quite obvious that we have. I think the discussion has been quite one-sided. And like I mentioned, I'm from Sweden. We have meatballs, but we also hand out the Nobel Prize. And this is a Nobel Prize awarded technique that we are discussing. And I think that it's an obligation as a politician to really see what some science brings up, because I think that innovation tends to run faster than legislation. And therefore I think it's so important to really be constructive. And what we can see nowadays is that you can use this technique, but not in Europe. And for all the good reasons, I think it's a good way to really have the opportunity now to provide European farmers with this possibility to use this technique. And I think it's, like you said, timely, but I think also it's I would like to see more of a discussion. I know this is complicated, and like you said, it's very technical, but I also see it as a very natural substance in the discussion of safety and producing food within Europe. And for all the reasons, I think that that is a good starting point where we can also see the whole chain of producing food. Where does it come from, and what is the possibilities to really be having the right tools to meet the changes that we can see in climate, for example.
Thanks. Back to Mercedes. You've said that NGTs, or at least NGTs alone, will be no silver bullet. Can you walk us a bit through the innovation that's out there, what has materialized, not only in plant breeding, but beyond other tools that you've mentioned?
Yes, well, I think, no, you can hear. I think that, as I said before, we cannot see them as something that is going to completely change the sector. And in fact, it has not maybe delivered as much as we have expected from them. But I think that part of the reason is regulatory, and you have mentioned something. We cannot expect that they will change something if we do not have a regulation that allows them to grow and to also to be developed and to be adopted. So we will not have new varieties with these techniques if we do not have clear rules, and we cannot know what to expect in the future. But also, again, I think the other thing is that we need to see them as part of a package of technologies, and as part of a policy approach that is directed towards an end. For example, sustainability is a pressing aim that we need to focus on, and so the innovation policy should consider all the available technologies and tools, and try to make the innovation policy and the regulation work for given aims. In this sense, I think that artificial intelligence, digital technologies, and new genomic techniques are like very promising, and they are potentially the best or the better tools that we have now to address the challenges. But this, in the framework of an innovation policy that is directed to solve the problems. And finally, I want to say that I think that we need to align the incentives of all the stakeholders in order to work for the same aim. So farmers need to be at the center of this. They need to understand what are these technologies, which are their benefits or limitations, and they need to act together with the rest of the stakeholders. And in this, governments can create the enabling conditions for the innovation policy to work.
Thank you. Coming back to Brussels and the legislative file that is being discussed here, Jessica, Irene, could you give us a quick pitch of where your institution stands on NGTs?
Yes, we are in the middle of the negotiations, and I don't want to go ahead of the discussion, but I think that it's important to see that the Parliament has discussed this for a very long time. And even before I started in Parliament, it was a discussion, and we know that its techniques has also been available for quite some time. But I think it's I'm very happy that the Council took a position so we could start the negotiations. And we think that we need a robust framework for what we can do in order to see that there is a difference between the GMOs and the NGTs. And therefore, this also was the proposal from the beginning, to see that we cannot use the GMO legislation for the NGTs, which I think is good. And what we want to see is really that we can see that the NGTs are like conventional. What can happen in nature can also be the NGT ones, and that we will have a framework that will provide the possibilities to use the techniques. And of course, there will be remaining issues that we will discuss. And what we can see is really the importance of having a starting point where we can give this opportunity to the farmers. I just want to give a very personal example. And we are farmers since not generations back. My family is farmers since 4 years back. So my sons started to farm the land, and we have had, during these 4 years in Sweden, we have had drought, we have had flooding, we had forest fires, and we had Schweinepest. That was German, or yeah, swine fever, maybe the English word. So I just want to say that we are exposed for so much changes within nature, and it doesn't really come to whether you're a good farmer or not, because you cannot foresee what the nature will bring you. But there is one thing that we really can make a change, and that is the techniques needed. And I think that, like you said, it's not the silver bullet, it's not the holy grail. And I think that we have also to be aware of this. But I think that we need all the tools in the toolbox to really be prepared for all the changes, for climate, for safety reasons, and for all the good reasons. And therefore, I think it's I'm very happy that the Parliament took position. And what we also want to see is that we can have a possibility now to really make this happen, and to really, within this mandate, maybe see this happening and make that we can see that it is fulfilled also in the line of the farmers.
Irene, what about the musts and the musts not in your proposal?
So, I mean, obviously the position of the Commission is well known because we tabled the proposal. So it's clear to everybody what we wanted. Now our main role is to support actually the Parliament and the Council to reach a deal, and I fully agree to reach it as fast as possible. The Parliament indeed moved quite quickly. I mean, you had the position back in February 2024. It took a bit of time with the Council, and it's incredible how much has happened in the world in relation to these technologies, both in terms of regulation, but also of products advancing in the couple of years since we tabled the proposal. So we do want to support such an agreement fast, but of course, for us, there are things that are important to maintain, and I think the key issue for us is that in the final agreement we don't lose sight of what we are trying to do here. We are trying to enable the use of these technologies for the benefit of farmers, of consumers, of sustainability, the economy, and so forth. And we are primarily trying to do it in a way which is very similar to what a lot of third countries are doing, which is recognizing that certain of the plants and products obtained by NGTs are accelerating and rendering breeding more precise, but they are achieving the same results as conventional breeding. So for us, it's essential that for such plants, we really, going back to what we were saying before, we really think about what the regulatory burden we place on them. Of course, we've drafted a proposal that had safety very much at the center. We have built very strongly on the work of EFSA in particular. But for us, this is crucial to maintain this main principle. And to keep a legislation which is clear and which is predictable, because we are not only trying to enable the technologies themselves, we are trying to open up a market to a wider range of players that we have seen so far, so more SMEs, more public, academic researchers, etc. And for that, we really need legislation that is workable. So that would be my take without entering into details of amendments.
I will try to. Jessica, perhaps if you could explain the Parliament's concerns on patentability, because you just said the Parliament was quick, but it was also quite strong in its position. Some might even say controversial. So tell us a bit about this, if possible.
Yes, of course. We had a quite speedy process, and I think that was also needed because we do wanted it to be within the mandate, the possibility to finalize the position from the Parliament. But I also think it's like I said, it's a very complicated file. In so many files, other files that I have negotiated, you can find a middle ground, because it's a negotiations. But in this case, I would say that this is quite a digital issue. It's either you want this technique or either you don't. And that makes it a bit difficult when you negotiate, because it's a bit difficult to have a half no and a half yes and make that into legislation. So what we could see was that we could realize quite quickly how the majorities were and what be the outcome. And then I would also be transparent and say that there was few changes in plenary, the outcome of the parliament's position. So this is a very highly political issue, of course, and therefore I will also safeguard that I will not stretch this. And like Irina said, this is in the middle of a negotiation, so I think that it's important to be balanced at this point and not be ahead of the process. But that we can see is that we really are keen from the parliament side on transparency, on consumer trust, and we also say from the parliament side that we support measures such as labeling and traceability for the NGT1s and NGT2 plants. And that would also be the part of the regulatory framework. But at the same time, we really want to ensure the approach it is based on science. And that we can see that NGT1 plants have changes that could naturally occur in nature. They are also similar, they are very similar to conventional plants. And I think that has to be mirrored also in legislation. And we also say from the parliament side that the farmers should have transparency and information when it comes to what seed that they will use, so that we can see appropriate labeling also in that regard.
Irene, how would you reassure those who are concerned that the proposal, as you tabled it, might restrict breeders' access to varieties? Why did you leave the patent question out of your text?
I'm going to give you a bit of a bureaucratic answer here. This is a legal proposal about the procedures, the approval procedures to release and place on the market these products. And it's separate from the patent legislation. So we have rules on patents, including on biotechnology patents specifically. Now, having said this, in the process running up to the adoption of the proposal, it was very obvious to us that patents were a contentious issue, where there were a number of concerns about, as you're saying, access of breeders to genetic material, but also potential impact on farmers from more concentration of the market and so on. And what we thought at the time, because this came out prominently in our impact assessment, this is why when we adopted the proposal, we actually announced that we would conduct a study to look at these issues, because also for us to consider changes to patent law, we would need to consider evidence and we would need to do a proper impact assessment, and we hadn't done an impact assessment of patents when we were preparing. It's obvious that both the Parliament and the Council wanted to go further than just wait for our study. We have patent-related amendments in both texts, although with a quite different approach, but I think both are sending the signal we want to discuss patents. So we will discuss patents in the negotiations and see where we can find common ground. I think for us, what's very important is that any provisions on patents are carefully considered from the perspective, of course, of the concerns that are out there, but also from the perspective of the impact on innovation. And here I'm talking also impact on innovation even beyond plant breeding, because we also send signals out if we change patent rules or if we decrease patent protection in an area. So I think we need to think through very, very carefully. And also for the Commission, it would be very important not to put in question fundamental elements of patent law. As I said, without having properly assessed and so forth. But I mean, I trust that that we can find solutions, and of course the concerns are legitimate. I mean, the Commission has never said we just brush them away. We just had the idea of a process where we would first assess and then consider the policy response.
Not too bureaucratic. I think it was fine. Then maybe a follow-up here, and I'm taking a question from the audience now. Would the Commission propose a new regulation for NGTs and farmed animals? And is the Parliament or Jessica personally waiting for this?
So right now it's not in our work program, but actually you might recall that when we announced a proposal on plants, it was on the basis of a study on new genomic techniques that we published in April 2021. And there we specifically indicated that we thought that the moment was right to move ahead with plants, and that we needed to continue building evidence on animals and microorganisms. And we have continued doing work. In particular, we gave mandates to EFSA. We already had a detailed EFSA opinion on microorganisms, so new developments in biotechnology applied to microorganisms a few months ago. And there will be a report on animals coming this summer. And at this point, I cannot say. And you need to take one thing into account. I mean, we have a lot of experience in assessing GMO plants. We have 20 years of experience. We haven't assessed a single animal in the EU so far. I mean, there's been some notifications in Norway. So in terms of experience, it's very, very different. Although we know that new genomic techniques are being used and are promising in some areas that would be important, like resistance to diseases and so forth.
Jessica, would you be waiting for such a proposal in the future? Maybe Mercedes, if you also have experience or a perspective on this?
I would say that we do things first thing first, and I really want to make sure that this will be legislation, and I can see if this could be as a possibility to the farmers, like we said. But of course, innovation, as we sit here, it's going on, and there will be new possibilities. And I read an article about it was actually about the swine fever, that you could quite easily find the gene that would make it not so painful for the animals. So of course, it's an ongoing also research within this field as well. But like I said, I think that we need science-based, we need legislation, we need proofs before we make it into the next legislation. And I think that the Commission will present something the day that they are ready, but not, like I said, today I think it's really focused on the new genome techniques for plants and breeding.
Mercedes, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, maybe just to add that usually technologies or science and regulations advance at different paces, and regulation is usually behind. But it's very important when things happen so fast, like for example with artificial intelligence, to be quick. That doesn't mean that we are not science-based and we are not being serious, but we need to make progress on this. Otherwise, things happen while we are discussing regulation. And so I think it's very important to have this debate and to have it to have soon or to arrive to a consensus soon, because this is important for taking advantage of the potential benefits of the technologies.
Maybe another question for you, because of course the EU doesn't operate in a vacuum. It's constantly trading with global partners. So I'm wondering what happens when there's regulatory gaps. In terms of innovation, let's say I'm thinking the UK and their legislation on NGTs. What happens when there's these disparities across the world, and how can we enhance cooperation, for example?
Yes, there again, when there are diverging rules, this can create
this from increasing? Maybe Irene, you can start and we go that way.
I hope not. I hope we are not past trying to prevent and slow down climate change, but I think we need both. I mean, as we do with our own health, you know, we need the medicines and we need the preventive health. And I think this goes back to what both Jessica and Mercedes were saying, that also these technologies, or even if you look past the technologies, plant breeding in itself, it's not the only thing to do to have an agriculture system that thrives, but it's one element. These new techniques are tools. They will respond like plant breeding does to what the need of the moment are. So right now, in addition to the classic aims of plant breeding, climate change is becoming more and more prominent, and I think it's important that we try to use these techniques for that, because the effects of climate change are there. I mean, your son is suffering them in Sweden, and you know, I come from Spain, and the effects are visible and have been visible in our lifetime. So I think we need, again, I wouldn't go for the either or, but I wouldn't stop trying to combat climate change, and we need very, very good policies and commitments for that. But we need to explore all the tools at our service.
Thank you. Jessica?
I very much agree. I think that it's important to do both, to cure the disease and not just treat the symptoms, of course. But I do think that it's not necessary either. I think what we did during the last 5 years, we really focused on what are the most efficient ways to fight climate change. And I think that also, if I look at the Parliament, of course, we can discuss the coming years what we can do in order to help member states that have been hit hard by climate changes. And we can see the flooding in Spain, for example, and the drought elsewhere. And I think that is also what we need to do. We need to be sure that we have the right measurements and the right tools to see that we can fight climate change. And I think that we did a very ambitious agenda, but we also need to do what is needed to really fight the effects. And I think there is so much that we do, and you mentioned a lot of IE and new techniques. This is not the only technique that will be the possibility for the future. And we will have other possibilities in farming. We have different methods, and maybe the techniques that will be the one solution is not invented yet. So I think that also it's not politics that will save the climate, it's new techniques and innovations. So I think that is important to also be open to what the sector itself can bring to the table, but also what we can do in terms of legislation. But I think it's important that we do both, because otherwise we will end up in a discussion to just meet the effects, and I think that is not the most fruitful way to handle the situation.
Mercedes, please.
Okay, I agree with both. It's both things, so it's adaptation but also mitigation. And for this we need something that it's broader. It's not only one technology, but new plant varieties with new genomic techniques can also do both, because if we have wheat variety adapted for drought, it can also or pest disease or pest resistant or disease resistant, then this will imply the use of less resources and inputs, and this will have an impact on the environment. So we are also improving the way we are producing and using less resources, and in this way having a positive impact on the environment. But I think that in general we will not have one technology solving everything again, so we need all the innovation system working for this. And we need to create the awareness that this is something urgent. I think many farmers already see them because they see this in their daily lives. But sometimes farmers also have or want other things that some technologies can also give to them. So they also want improvements in their yields. They want to have better income and a better quality of life. Many technologies are able to do this. So we need to find a balance and the right combination and the right incentives for them to be able to adopt these technologies.
Thank you. Maybe a couple of follow-ups for Jessica, and then I have more questions on negotiations. So someone from the audience asked if you can guarantee that the Parliament would not agree to remove consumer labeling for NGT 1.
I think it's quite dangerous to guarantee things at this stage of the negotiations. Of course, my main goal is to defend the position from the Parliament, but we also know that a negotiation is that when all the parties have to move from their initial position, otherwise it will not be an agreement. So I think that at this moment I would not. I would say that I would defend the position from the Parliament, and that is my main goal. But I'm also seeing the reality of a negotiation is that we can see that there will be something that have been negotiated in the end. So, but what I do is really stand up for the position of the Parliament.
Mm-hmm. You've mentioned that the configuration of the Parliament has changed. Someone from the audience also wonders how you see the new Parliament, the consequences that this new distribution of power might have for the negotiations.
Yeah, the Parliament has changed, and the majority is a bit more unsure, and there are groups that weren't present at the last mandate, for example, and it's maybe quite difficult to see the voting behavior and it's a word I cannot say, so I will avoid it, ideologies from different groups. And we can see that even the groups that were a part of the negotiations, size and representation has also changed. So of course it's a different Parliament now, but I think that what we did was to lock the position from the Parliament. So we have a stable position to negotiate from, I think. But I also think that as it has changed, you never know in plenary whether it will be. But I'm hoping that we can negotiate something that will have a majority in the Parliament. Like I said, for all the good reasons there is, but it's politics, so we will see in the end. And of course, the outcome. What is the outcome of the negotiations? But I think that there is a division. It's quite a sensitive issue in many of the political groups as well. So we can see that it's not only my group or the S&D group or the Renew or the ECR where you can see that there is divisions. And I think it's maybe more country-based and what you also think about these new techniques. I can see there is a difference within almost all the groups, which is make it also, would say, a bit problematic and difficult. It's more difficult than problematic, maybe, to see what the groups are composed of when it comes to this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the overview. Maybe one last follow-up for Irene and Mercedes. We often hear that the agriculture sector is lagging behind in terms of innovation. So I'm wondering if there are any specific roadblocks related to the demography, legislative, and so on, that we could get rid of slowly to put this sector at the forefront.
Okay, I think that this is something that generates this low attractiveness of the agricultural sector. It's one of the things that we often hear. But I don't think that this is true. I think the agricultural sector is quite advanced in terms of adoption of innovations and technologies in many countries in the world. It's different everywhere. The sector in many countries has a dual structure with very large and advanced companies living together with very small farmers. But and I think that we need to take into account this heterogeneity, but it doesn't mean that it is lagging behind. We also I do think that we need in some parts changes in terms of skills and in terms of understanding and awareness of what technologies can provide to farmers, and as policymakers we also need to provide incentives for them to adopt these innovations and technologies. And in this sense, I see digital technologies and artificial intelligence as technologies that have the potential to change that. In Europe, generational renewal is a relevant concern, and we have seen in a recent report that these technologies have the potential of attracting young farmers, because they can improve their lives, they can reduce arduous tasks, also health problems, and they can provide them a better organization of their time, and altogether this improves their well-being. So I think that there are many things that we can take advantage from these technologies, and that with the right incentives, with an enabling environment that is not only about regulations and policies, but also investments in infrastructure, in incentives for research and development, for adoption, for generating new skills to use the technologies, and education and advisory services also have an important role. We can create these incentives to attract new farmers, or more advanced, or farmers that adopt these technologies.
Maybe, Irene, to wrap it up, do you see any particular struggles with digitalization, other tools beyond NGTs?
So this is not really my broader area, so I know much less than Mercedes about it, but I tend to agree with what she was saying, that I think the sector is much more innovative than maybe the image that we have of the farming sector, but a key issue is also ensuring that we have the right policies, the right funding for innovation to be accessible. So not only to be accessible in regulatory terms, as we've been discussing in the whole panel, but also to reach the farmers. And also when I think, for example, if we go back to the issue of new technologies, etc., I think we need to find mechanisms so that the innovations are also to a degree farmer-driven, so that they really respond to the needs of farmers, including to adapt to more niche markets or crops or local conditions, etc. So maybe that's what I would add to what Mercedes said, which I think was very comprehensive.
Thanks a lot for the answer. I'm afraid we need to wrap it up here. Thanks a lot for being with us. Good luck with negotiations. And of course, stay tuned for our reporting on them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Now I'm going to go to another hot topic in the agri-food bubble and in Brussels lately, that is trade. So for this panel, I am going to call to the stage Agata Galinska, Head of Unit Global Issues, WTO Relations with ACP countries at DG Agri, Flavio Coturni, Head of Unit Agriculture, Food, Sanitary, Phytosanitary Matters at DG Trade, MEP Cristina Guarda, member of the Agri Committee, and Theo Paquet, Senior Policy Officer for Agriculture at the European Environmental Bureau. Welcome all. Thank you for joining me. So yeah, as I said, I think trade is competitiveness in the global market is what everyone is talking about these days for obvious reasons. So we'll just start the panel with a very general question for all of you that I just wanted to ask briefly. This is as a way of introducing your point of view. Given the current global context, free trade, is it an opportunity or a threat to the EU's agricultural sector and its competitiveness? Maybe Agatha can start.
Okay, it's working. Well, hello everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, a very good question to get the discussion started. You're putting trade in the context of what's happening today in the world, and there is obviously quite a lot happening, which I guess keeps many of us here in the Brussels bubble busy. Is trade a threat or an opportunity? I mean, trade is, for the agri-food sector, has been, and from our point of view, should continue to be one of the pillars of prosperity and resilience of the agri-food sector. If you look at the performance of the European Union as a trader, as a participant in global trade, you see that we are very successful in the sense that just recently we received numbers covering the entire period of 2024, which show that the EU, again, is a net food exporter with around 63 billion euro of a positive result of our trade. We are the largest bloc exporting in the world. We are also one of the major importers in the world. And I'm pointing to the two aspects because I think it's important to show trade as both exports and imports. I'd like to already start making an argument that we should not look at imports in any negative way. And this is because as much as the revenues from the export side of trade are important as part of the revenues for the sector, the side of imports is important for the sector because that's how important inputs come into the EU and the inputs that are used by our sector. So when I talk about trade, it's not just the export side of the performance. I think even now, because you made a reference to the current context, so of course you could make an argument now that in a certain way our positive trade balance is a vulnerability. And I'm thinking here especially of the actions of the current administration of the United States with the tariffs that are still there as a threat. But I would like to say that the fact that the EU trades with a very diversified set of partners, and that's both on export and import side, we can look a bit more in detail on that if you want as well later. But this is also something which helps our sector handle the current situation and also helps the resilience of the sector. So even in the current context, the resilience of the sector is helped a lot by the diversified trade of the European Union. You will all know very well that the vision on food and agriculture, so the communication which came out, which the Commission adopted earlier this year in February, puts trade as one of these important elements also in the future resilience of the sector. Resilience and competitiveness. And I'm sure that the word of competitiveness will come up in one of the follow-up questions as well. So I think I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Flavio?
Yes, thank you. I very much concur, and it's not a surprise with what Agatha said. And being a representative of DG Trade, what would you expect from me saying that trade is obviously an opportunity for agri-food sector? I would only maybe add one point, is the fact that over the last 20 years or more of negotiations with third countries on agri-food matters, the strategic nature of agriculture and agri-food has always been carefully taken into account when dealing with trade. So that the policy shape the policy that has been shaped over the last 20 years for agri-food trade has clearly looked at agriculture, let's say it, as an exception in trade negotiations. By dealing with sensitive sectors, granting very limited concessions in terms of TRQs, which means volumes, not full liberalization. And I think this comes at the heart of why trade should not be considered as a threat, but as an opportunity for agriculture. And there are fears out there where trade is a monster for agriculture. It would destroy the supply chains. It would decrease the production levels in the EU. This has never materialized. And for the future, all the studies we have, which have been done not only by the Commission, but which have also been supported by studies outside of the Commission, confirm that this approach has worked well and is going to work well in terms of not disrupting markets, but providing opportunities for our exports and opportunities for our imports, because we need inputs for producing in the EU. So definitely it's a big opportunity, and the figures that Agatha has mentioned clearly show that. Thank you.
We can move to Theo and Cristina, that I believe will have other thoughts to share. Cristina?
Thank you very much. So the question is maybe a big step for the discussion. So thank you very much for sharing your position also on the importance of trade. I want to ask us, and I'm so sorry for my English, but I'm from a very rural area, so you know, it's not a must in my area to know so good English, so I will do my best. But the first question I want to share with you is the strategy for agriculture in Europe must be based on trade or not. Because if we talk about competitiveness, like we are all talking about at the moment, we are talking about geopolitical and trade strategies, or we are talking about giving to farmers the power to decide what to produce and how they want to improve the quality of the life of European people, not only for the export. Because I feel that we are exporting a lot of stuff with big value, like, yeah, I feel like cheese or wine, but we are depending, because of these trades, for the most basic thing we need in agriculture. And I'm a farmer, I know, fertilizer. We are importing cereals. We are importing maybe not stuff that is that has a lot of value in terms of money, economic value, but we are importing the basic for the production. And this is creating a gap between the power of agriculture in Europe and the geopolitical and the difficulties we see, the volatility of the market, the war in Ukraine that has created a lot of difficulties for farmers themselves in our local areas. So I feel that we are missing the point maybe. We are pushing too much into a competitiveness that is not for farmers, but it's for trade agreements and a strategy that is pushing agriculture, that pushed agriculture in these years on specialization, on one type of monoculture, and not in biodiversity, in agricultural biodiversity, not in creating value, to be a little bit more conscious about our food sovereignty, about the capacity of Europe to deal with this crisis we are dealing with, wars and so on, a climate crisis for sure. So I feel that we are missing the point. Maybe we are pushing too much on the trade sector for a strategy to improve the quality of life for farmers, but we are not thinking to be independent, and it's not about protectionism, okay? It's not about it. It's to create a condition to be able in Europe to produce for people in Europe, not use the 70% of the cereal production of the cereal production to create only proteins feed, but to create a strategy to give people the opportunity to buy European, to be fed with European food, and to create value for farmers. If we continue to create these a strategy that is not based on the real opportunity of European agriculture to give solution for Europe, we are not going to maybe push on the right way, and to give also to the farmers the power to be paid for what they are made, for what they are doing, and for the quality of agriculture they are doing, because we are creating trades that are not founded on the quality, but maybe on other interests that we are surely talk about it later. Thank you.
Theo, do you share Christina's reading?
Hello, yeah. I think I share most of them. I just wanted to stress that, I mean, it's been mentioned that we have multiple partners. We have a lot of trade deals with a lot of different countries, so it gives stability. But it's also true that on some of them, feed, fertilizers, we are very dependent on some partners, the US, Brazil, Russia, when it comes to fertilizers. So this is definitely not a resilient system. And I mean, we're in a context where we have obviously global supply chain volatility, we have climate events all the time, we have input and feed dependency, and this is very much showing how fragile our agricultural system is in the EU. And it's important to keep reminding ourselves that this is getting worse. So we have a triple crisis, and I mean, I'm the environmental NGO here, so I do need to repeat it. It's very important that we keep having it in the back of our mind. We have a biodiversity crisis, a pollution crisis, and a climate crisis. So on top of this and the geopolitical context, when we talk about competitiveness, whether it's in the trade, when we're talking about trade or outside, it's very important that we redefine it around resilience. And this is resilience of our EU agriculture. It's not just the resilience of our trade system. So we need to ensure that farmers have the tools, have the funding, have the, let's say, knowledge to make sure that EU agriculture is resilient. And then, yes, we can do trade, but we need to make sure that first we're producing what we need to produce here in Europe.
Indeed, the vulnerabilities have been quite evident recently when it comes to animal feed and fertilizers, particularly in our relations with Russia. More recently, we had to, the Commission proposed to increase tariffs, and this will eventually cut our dependency on Russian fertilizers, but this at the same time has been opposed by farmers because they fear that this transition will be very harmful to them. Agata, what do you have to say about this kind of dependency and how to cut them without harming the agricultural sector?
Thank you very much for the question, and it's interesting to listen to your comments as well, because I think kind of all together I think we've mentioned all the challenges that are around there in agriculture, and you mentioned environment and climate as well, obviously. So it is a very complex reality, which is actually getting even more complex by the day, because there are events which we cannot control, be it events on the eastern border of the European Union, or be it events with countries who have been allies for the European Union for a long time, who are actually taking actions which are threatening our resilience of the trade sector and agri-food sector as well. So it's true that in order to address all of these challenges, you obviously cannot only look at trade. That's obvious. Trade, and that's, I mean, this is already something which has been happening for the last, at least 10 years. Trade has become part of the policy mix and part of the approach, the way the EU approaches the rest of the world. I mean, the way we trade with our third country partners shapes the relations we have with big parts of the world. So it's not, trade is just an element of a much larger policy tool mix, which I think has to be there to address the values aspects. So I'm certainly not someone who would be saying that trade can solve everything. That's I don't think trade needs to the other elements in there. And maybe I can say a few words about the common agricultural policy, because some of the comments made, I think, are actually calling for that to come in. So obviously, the common agricultural policy is there to accompany farmers, right? That's been the idea. It's the oldest policy of in the treaties of the European Union, and the policy will continue to be there, as you know, in a reformed shape, right? We're middle of July. I'm sure you all know that proposals for the reform of the CAP will be coming out, and that policy will continue to accompany farmers in a process which I would say is all about transition towards sustainability. And I think that word sustainability actually covers the aspects that were mentioned in your interventions as well. Because by sustainability, I think of the social aspect. I mean, the rural part of the Common Agricultural Policy has been a very important instrument for many, many years. And the idea is that it continues to play a big role in the rural areas, the livelihoods of farmers, the way we want our countryside to look like, right? Because at the end of the day, this is what it's about. Apart from the social the sustainability, you have the environmental one. Another important aspect. Of course, figuring out the gives and takes relations between the two of them is not always straightforward. And then if you bring the economic sustainability into that mix, that's when you have the full picture. Of course, I don't know, what's the silver bullet? Who has the solution of actually figuring out the way to balance between these three sustainability aspects together? But I think from our point of view, and that's the intention of the vision. So the intention of the vision, which was adopted in February, was precisely about figuring out the balance between the three aspects of sustainability, with the strong mention of the international context as well. But if you ask me, I think this is the core challenge of the years ahead for agriculture and for the agri-food sector, which has trade aspects on the side, climate change adaptation, legal defense of the CAP as well, because we need to be prepared for that. And the way we will be shaping relations with third countries, which will also have influence on our policy in the future. So I think we're actually covering all the challenges by the various comments that have been made.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I want to remind that you can ask questions using Slido, so please do so. But there's clearly a difference between the previous Commission mandate and the current when it comes to trade. It seems that this year we've entered the trade frenzy, and many trade agreements that have been stalled for long are being, I could say, rushed to be finalized even this year, even very complicated ones like India. So I have a question for Flavio, DG Trade Representative. Is there a fear that this rush in reviving these trade negotiations for political reasons could have an impact on certain sectors like farming, or not even a direct impact, but to create a feeling of discontent after the farmer protest, where farmers feel like they haven't been heard?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and there are so many things that come to my mind that it's difficult to try to be disciplined and try to be focused. But I'll try to do my best and be focused on the question of, I think, two questions: dependency on imports and the capacity of diversifying, which is linked to the dependency, because we need to diversify sources of supply in order to be less dependent on imports, or to be more strategically independent, if you want. It is true that we, on certain products and commodities, for example, soya, we do depend on imports to the extent of 90%. Okay, in the soya field, we import 90% of what we use in the EU. With all the efforts that we will be making in the future with the future protein strategy, which will address this dependency and will try to boost the protein production in the EU by means of technology and other means. This was the subject of the panel, the former panel, and other means. This will improve definitely the protein sufficiency rate in the EU. But let's be clear, we will never be able to replace imports. And the problem, so is not, and the objective should not be replacing imports. The objective should be to try to find a good mix between increasing production in the EU. Definitely, that's a shared objective, especially sustainable production, and there are means to do that. And at the same time, make sure that our sources of supply remain diversified. We have 3 sources of supply for soya. It's the US, Brazil, and Argentina. None of these represents a geopolitical risk for the moment. And we have seen also that when there are crop failures in one of these 3 countries, the other 2 countries are able to supply what we need. And evidence of that is the fact that if you look at the history of the last 20 years, we haven't had major problems of supply. And in general, the agriculture sector is extremely resilient, not only on this specific product, but it's been extremely resilient going through crisis of COVID, the Russia invasion of Ukraine, and the last one with the problems of the geopolitical problems on tariffs, which we are going through. We hope to find a solution. So diversification is clearly linked to a decrease in dependency, and on fertilizers, indeed, we have a potential in the EU to increase the capacity of production of fertilizers, especially the nitrogen fertilizers. And I think that the measures that have been put in place in terms of tariffs vis-à-vis Russia will help in boosting EU production in the EU, and this will go hand in hand with this objective of trying to reduce excessive dependency from third countries. So we have, I think, a coherent and consistent approach in terms of policies. And I think it is really consistent also if you look at the domestic side of the policy, and Agatha mentioned the CAP, I'm sure we will come back to that. We have the necessary means there. There is consistency, I believe, with trade policy. I think for the future of the CAP, that will require further adjustments, but this is precisely the subject of the revision that Commissioner Hansen is trying to bring forward with the rest of the Commission.
So maybe Theo, you have something to say on all the trade agreements that are being tried to finalized or negotiated at the moment. So you react.
So on the trade agreements. Yeah, on the trade agreements themselves, not necessarily. For us, I mean, a trade agreement, depending on how you look at it, can be positive, can be negative. It can be positive if you're really pushing the values that we have, if you have some reciprocity. The tools, I will leave it to the Commission to say which they should be. No, but two points I really wanted to make were more on the let's say on the fact that you've mentioned that the agricultural sector has been resilient. It has, over the last decades, has been very resilient. But what we're facing today with climate change, with biodiversity loss, is definitely not on the same scale what we've seen before. We definitely need innovation, yes, but we really need to rethink our system. And when it comes to the dependence, because we were talking about this dependence on fertilizers and feeds, I think here it's not just about diversifying where it's coming from, it's also about reducing the need for those chemical fertilizers, reducing the need for this imported feed. And here what you need is more circularity in our systems in the EU. What you need is better nutrient use, better nutrient management. You also need to look at how livestock is being used, as being integrated in the system. So I think, yes, as has been mentioned a couple of times, trade needs to be a part of this toolkit. But let's not forget that we need to make our agriculture resilient moving forward.
Christina?
Oh, thank you very much. You anticipated what I wanted to share. So I wanted to say that maybe before I was too excited to say, okay, we need as farmers to have the power, to have more power in the chain, in the agricultural chain. And so I don't want to say that we don't need trade. I want to say that we need trade. We are going to need trade, in particular because of climate crisis. So we are going to need some imports and exports because of this. I need to underline that we need to cut off our dependency. And this is the reason. I noticed in the Agri committee discussion that we are trying to substitute the dependency from external companies to European companies. In particular, maybe when we discussed about fertilizers. So we say, okay, we need to improve the European production. And okay, I agree with that, but did we ever discuss about the nature-based solution we have? In Italy, in my region, that it really needs fertilizers because we are losing fertility of the soil. We are the map is about the fertility of our soil in Veneto region is totally red. Only in the mountain, the soil is still it has still fertility. So we are improving action using also European funds, but in particular private funds, in order to use nature-based solution to deal with the fertility necessities. So why don't we improve the finance disponibility to improve research, not only in the engineeristic solution, not only in chemical solution, but also in the in improving agroecological strategies. Because I feel that we are losing the point if we continue to create dependency for farmers to other to other part of the chain of the agricultural chain. We are not giving them solution to create a strategy that is not depending from external sources, external problems. For this reason, I feel that we need to discuss how do we want to improve, which kind of strategy we need to improve in the European agricultural sector. So if we want to cut dependency, okay, we don't need to cut off to cut farmers out, and this means that we need to invest in the European alternatives. So I feel maybe, as we are doing in Italy in some regions, we wish to discuss with the institution. We need to talk politically and technically how to support maybe alternatives with the production of legumes like alfalfa, faba beans, peas, clover and lentils, rebuild soil fertility, and how to make autonomy a real economic opportunity for using agricultural practices. So I feel that we need to discuss, okay, we have the possibility to create trade agreements, maybe mirror trade agreements, and maybe improving improving the rules of the international trade agreements, and in the same time asking us what are the real opportunities of agricultural production in the European countries, and how much and which type of dependency we need to cut out, or to continue to have. So I'm so sorry I was long.
No problem.
I wish.
No problem.
Okay.
It
was clear. I'm so sorry. Oh, thank you.
I think you're very clear, and I think when it comes to the production of legumes, when it comes to the production of legumes, etc., so we are all waiting for the protein strategy from the Commission, myself included. But I'm gonna go to a hot topic when it comes to trade, that is reciprocity, and we discussed it with Commissioner Hansen at the beginning of the event. I have a question from the audience, actually. He refers, so the person refers to a comment that Commissioner Hansen made during our conversation before. He said it's crucial that animal welfare requirements are similar for imports as for animal products produced here. And I would like to ask DG Trade, how could we implement this? Because it seems quite difficult.
Yeah, the how, I think it's a matter for the impact assessment that will have to be done. As you know, there was a start of the work under the former commission to review the animal welfare legislation, which then was paused, and it's to be started again. I think our colleagues in DG Sante are working on that, and if everything goes well, probably next year there will be a proposal for the revision of the animal welfare regulation. In that context, we will have an impact assessment which will look at this point and to what extent, if, how, and if it's possible, and if it's possible, what requirements would be applicable to imported products. So it's impossible at this point in time to predict how this assessment will what this assessment will conclude, and we need to wait and see. I think your curiosity will have to be put on hold until this exercise is completed. One thing is clear, is that we always have to do things which are legal from a WTO point of view, but it's not just a question of being legal for being legal. It's not just a legalistic approach. We need to look at the justification of what we do, and if it's non-discriminatory, what is the purpose of what we're doing, whether or not it's justified vis-à-vis the rest of the world, and whether the requirements that we want to set also for imported products are fully justified, either for environmental reasons or for ethical reasons. And if this justification is solid, then of course it is possible to do it. But we should not run into the risk of applying requirements, whatever requirements we think should be applied, even if it's not justified, because this would run us into problems and conflicts with the rest of the world, who is looking at us very closely. We should avoid accusation of being, imposing our standards to the rest of the world, because we are not the ones setting the standards in the world. We are an important power in terms of trade, but we defend the multilateral system in which we usually contribute to standard setting with the rest of the world in the standard setting body. And this is by far the most sustainable way of defining standards, because it's the way which is the less conflictual and the one which in the longer term also bears the best results in terms of trade and in terms of lack of disputes with the rest of the world.
I'm going to push with a slightly technical question on that front, because when you close trade agreements, for instance, with Mercosur, there is a rebalancing mechanism. And are you not concerned that by adding this legislation that could ensure reciprocity, for instance, deforestation is one named by the commissioner, you are complicating your trade agreement with Mercosur, which could feel that like they can challenge that future legislation because it changes the terms of what was negotiated?
No, I disagree. It doesn't change what was negotiated. It's a mechanism, first of all, which is extremely difficult to trigger because the third party, in this case a member of the Mercosur, would have to show that a certain piece of legislation was known or legitimately expected at the time of concluding the agreement. And if you look at the deforestation regulation, it was very well known that the Commission and the European Union would go for the adoption and publication of these regulations, and nobody can claim that they didn't know that these deforestation. So we don't think that it will be an easy instrument to be used, and in any case, since it will not be easy to trigger, it will not hamper or affect the regulatory autonomy of the EU. So we are fairly confident that this is not going to happen.
Thank you. It was for the Mercosur geeks like myself. With Cristina, Theo, do you have something to add on this topic, on the new reciprocity? How could it be implemented? Pesticides, animal welfare. It seems difficult to impose to countries that produce in a very different way under very different climate, weather, etc. Or similar production standards.
Yes, I feel that maybe it's very important to ask to other countries to understand that we have a priority that is global, because we don't have enough resources to deal with the intensive production. And we don't need to import feed that is produced, destroying the basis of the fight against climate crisis, like Amazonian. So we need to be responsible not only for our environment, but also for the others' environment, and for our civil and our human rights, and for the others' human rights. So it's very important to put on the table the criteria, the social standards, the environmental standards, because we as European we have the responsibility to share the knowledge and the path that we can do for improving quality of life, and we don't need to continue to use other parts of the world, in particular the southern part of the world, for our commodities. So I feel that in particular on animal welfare, on pesticides, we have a responsibility. In pesticides, because we don't need to cut out the use of pesticides here and import products that has it, because they are using pesticides produced in Europe that here are forbidden. And this is a mutual responsibility. We need to take care of the people in Southern America or in Asia or in Africa in the same way we take care of our European people. And this is a principle, a political principle. On the same page, animal welfare is very difficult to control, because you can control how much pesticides are entering through the import, but you cannot control how does animal welfare is working in other countries outside Europe in particular. So this is a very complicated theme, and I'm really into animal welfare because I'm saving horses from slaughtery, so you know it's kind of a job now. And I feel that we need to improve research in order to find other ways to use our to create food that can fit with good diets, with a healthy diet, and also to the needs that who can avoid meat needs to continue to taste it and to eat it. But yes, I feel that maybe we can create new agreements improving a production that needs less resources, natural resources, because we don't have it. We are going not to have it anymore in the future. So I feel our responsibility is to put also in the World Trade Organization the necessity to improve the quality of the international legislation and in the rules for trades, including the environmental and social standards as the basic of the new agreements. Because now we are proposing stuff that the WTO is saying, no, it's not possible. So I feel that we have the responsibility to create new standards and in the same time mutual responsibility. And this is my political, I know that it's very complicated in the technical relationships with the while creating new trades and while discuss new opportunities, but I feel that politically we need to push on it to find a way and to push research in this direction. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to add, because I agree with most, everything that's been just said now. And it's, but I don't agree, that we should not be pushing our standards. It's not on other countries, because this is something that's beneficial for farmers in the EU, but it's also beneficial for our EU consumers. When we're importing products, EU consumers want those products to have been produced the right way. They want those products to be healthy without pesticide residues. And when it comes to animal welfare, there's a very high majority of European citizens that want high animal welfare, whether it's production in Europe or production outside of Europe. So I completely agree that this is a very complicated topic and that we need to look at it further, but it should not stop us from trying to be creative and finding those, let's say, perhaps other mechanisms of making sure we have this reciprocity between us and our partners.
There are certain products that do have reciprocity, and this is particularly organic. I have a question from the audience, a provocative question from the audience on this topic, maybe for Agatha. They ask, we ask full compliance for imports of organic products. This has not led to any issue. Does that mean that we want reciprocity for organic products that richer people can afford, but for conventional, we accept imported products from lower standards?
That's an interesting question. Thank you so much. I think that there is a kind of a different pace if you look at the two areas. I mean, organic farming is something where it has been developed in the EU and also outside the EU, of course. We're not the only ones doing organic farming for many, many years, and I think it's quite a well-established market by now. I think what we're talking about, and maybe that's a good moment to make a precise distinction, is that, and it's interesting, the discussion on reciprocity, and it's a very good idea that you raised this question, because when we talk about the aspects related to the standards, we're actually going into the area of how the products are produced in the third countries. So we're not talking about, it is not a question of whether these products are safe for us as consumers, because on that there are strict rules for both domestic products and imported products equally, for which all products have to, of course, comply. So this is not about product safety. I think it's an important distinction to make. So we're actually entering in a very specific area of actually looking about how the product is produced in, Argentina, in Africa, etc., where obviously Argentina and Africa, if I can follow the example, have very different climate, very different biodiversity needs, very different considerations for their soil, etc. So it's actually a very, very specific issue that we're trying to address. And it is on that aspect, and I think I'm going into the direction of the pesticides discussions that you had earlier. There is, and indeed that's the references that Flavio was making previously, this is possible, this is not impossible. And it is very much with the goal of addressing the global commitments. And you raised it yourself, Carmen. Indeed, there are commitments to which the EU and many countries in the world have signed up to, and we need to find a way to try to go forward in that direction. Maybe this is not a perfect way, maybe there are other ways, but let's give it a try. But I think the important element to mention here is that it would be about taking others alongside with us. And I think that's an important note to make. For the EU, the cooperation with third countries is important for us, be it via trade, be it via technical assistance to developing countries. There are many forms in which we relate to other countries. But on this topic, it will be very important that we find a way to go along, to take along the domestic side and the international side, so that we can also go together with the goal of improving a global set of standards. I might have not exactly spoken about organics, but at least I hope it was interesting. Thank you.
Yes, Flavio, to wrap up.
I just wanted to make a comment on this organic. Of course, we are when we talk about organic, we talk about a voluntary system in the EU and in third countries. There are requirements in the EU. There are requirements to label a product as organic, which have to be fulfilled by third countries, but it remains a voluntary system. the discussion about the so-called reciprocity, I don't like the word reciprocity because I don't think it's appropriate, but okay, just for the sake of understanding, let's call it reciprocity. It's about imposing our standards in an obligatory way to all imported products, and that's a different thing compared to organic. So that's trickier, difficult, possible under certain conditions on a case-by-case basis, and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to make this differentiation because we are talking about two different things.
I think that's very important. Thank you. And just because we're running out of time, if you, Christina and Theo, want to just give us some final remarks very briefly.
Maybe just one point on the last things we've just been discussing. I think it's just important that we keep in mind that when we're trading and importing, regardless of the tools that we have in place, that we don't push unsustainable production outside of the EU for our own consumption. That drives deforestation, that decreases soil fertility, etc. I think that should be the goal. How we reach it is a different point. And the last point, and I think going back quite a bit in the discussion, it was on the vision when we mentioned they looked at the three aspects of sustainability, so economic, social, and environmental. I think here, yes, it does look at those three aspects, but I think there's one key piece that's missing, and if I can just leave at that, is the food aspect. And food, we had the farm to fork before, we don't have it anymore. So I would just like to see this being reflected a little bit more in the discussions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a vast topic, but I think we covered some important issues today. Thank you. Thank you to my panel. Now, the next panel is by my colleague Maria, Decarbonizing Agri-Food Challenges and Solutions for a Climate-Neutral Future.
Good to have you back for another panel on a different topic, Decarbonizing Agri-Food Challenges and Solutions. Hopefully our panelists will find more solutions than challenges in the way. We'll figure it out in a minute. Let me welcome on stage first Hayes Schildhuis, Director for Sustainability at the Commission's DG Agri. Thanks for being here. Then Sirpa Pietikainen, MEP for the Econ Committee, or substitute for NV and Sant committees. Welcome. And Boris Erk, Director at the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Thanks for being with us today for this last panel. At the Agri-Food Policy Conference back in March, I had a similar panel on decarbonization, and I asked my panelists how optimistic they were that the EU would hit its goal of being climate neutral by 2050. Let's say that I had an optimistic crowd, so I would like to know, what about you? Do you see the glass half empty, half full, not even halfway there? Maybe we can start with the Commission.
Thank you very much. I will remain optimistic. I wasn't there in March, but I'm glad to take that torch to this conference. So I think if we look globally, the EU is doing very well, and the Commission recently also reported that on the basis of the national energy and climate plans that the member states do, that we are on schedule for our 2030 targets, minus 55%. Also, let's think about the enormous growth and the enormous importance of renewable energy. So I think that is in itself already something that I think many observers of the discussion on climate policy might have not expected. They might have considered these objectives very ambitious about 7, 8, 10 years ago. Now we are on track to reach them. So I'm optimistic, glass half full, but not glass half full sitting back and leaning back. So it's glass half full, but we need to do more. So we need to make sure we get our target for 2040. The Commission is working on a proposal. We have our target for 2050. We know that we need to work in this area, in agriculture as well as in other sectors. But indeed, I remain optimistic.
Great, a proactive half-full glass, let's say. Sirpa, what about you? Optimistic, pessimistic, somewhere in between?
Well, it depends what size is the glass. If it is a small glass, I would say that it is more than half of the full. So we are actually hitting the Commission's targets pretty well, almost in all sectors. We'll talk about the agriculture after a while. But if you take the real size of the mug, you are not even close to half full. And this means if you look about the planetary boundaries, the latest reports of the IPCC, and what the science says, we should be climate neutral by 2040. And we should have fixed our climate law accordingly and sectoral much more ambitious targets. And we knew that when we made the climate law and the last package. And then we should have set not the standard on 50, but in 70 or 80. And that was the message by science. And then actually you would have optimized many industry investments, for example. Well, I'm optimistic. Energy performance, sustainable buildings, energy efficiency, wow, easy and fast to deliver. Agriculture, full of possibilities, the so-called low-hanging fruits, and many other fields. But, and this is the question, if you do not set the targets, if you are still paying wrong, like we are subsidizing the fossil fuels in our budgets, nationally and EU-wide, and if you do not get the investments, you do not get there. So I'm a bit scary. And it would be so easy to say bad Commission, but this is not true. I'm quite a strong believer that there are capable, intelligent people in the Commission working. This is my basic assumption. But then us politicians in member states and in the parliament, and you know with Trumpism and so where the wind is blowing. And that is the problem, how you make the decisions that incentivize, that turn the common agricultural policy, that do this and that. And now I get actually not only pessimist, I get all right scared.
Optimistic with a pessimistic note. I don't know if that's a tie, Boris, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, coming from a primarily conservation sector, I mean, having nature at the center of engagement, we often say biodiversity sharply declined, but we remain optimistic. So if we are to start on, I will not start on that note. I'd rather say, since it's a little bit about agri-food, maybe we can look at it as a plate, yeah, so that we see it's half empty and half full. And when you look at it in that way, then you're also concerned with what are the ingredients, yeah. So not just if it's half empty or half full. As it really depends on the size of the glass, of many important elements to it. So it matters what is on that plate, and to see in which direction it goes. Yeah. So it's not just a cutoff, a moment to look at it, but as a longer term trend. Whether I'm optimistic or pessimistic, there are quite solid indicators to tell us where we are. and we are making progress in many directions. But it is a moment of, a little bit of attention that we are into, because it is 2050, it's still a good 25 years down the line, and we see there are a lot of externalities which really call on us to be extremely agile and attentive to this. So yes, we are making progress, but we really we have to keep pushing for it and making sure basically that we do not lose sight and at any point to say we are just good, so things will just continue going that way.
Let's now perhaps zoom in and let's talk about the agri-food sector more in particular. I wanted to know from all of you, where do you see like the biggest blind spots or the most work to be done? We can go the same way again, perhaps.
Blind spots. So I think I was thinking about that question when we discussed it before the event, and I think there's a lot of knowledge and there's a lot of clarity about the trends in the big categories of emissions and removals in this area and what is difficult. I think for us, one of the blind spots is that we see that there is a lot of efforts being done both through to reduce emissions or to enhance removals, both as a result of public policy and as a result of private actions. But that often this doesn't seem to be reported. So in the way the member states report to IPCC, because they are not reporting at a level that is granular enough to capture this. So there is no monitoring, reporting and verification at farm level. So that is, I think, a problem, because it means that a lot of efforts that farmers are making, to zoom in on agriculture specifically, are not properly seen, and the Commission is working on a benchmarking project or methodology, as announced in the Visions for Agriculture and Food, which tries to address this. But I think that is one of the blind spots I would like to highlight. Thanks.
Sirpa, do you agree that we're blind in terms of like data and what's really happening on the ground, or you see that much more work is to be done in a specific direction?
Yes, and while you are talking about Agrifood is a huge value chain, so it depends. But I would say that the first and biggest blind spot is public procurement. Every ton of Brazilian broiler or Chinese meat probably is a negative footprint thing. There can be organic and good stuff, so I'm not labeling like that. But if you sort of cut down rainforest to breed GMO soya, to feed the broilers, to import them the half of the price in EU, there's no way how you can sort of tweak it to be sustainable. And then the biggest part is actually not in the restaurant and it's not in the private households, but it is the public procurement, because it's cheap. So we feed it to our kids and elderly people and workers and whatever. So the municipalities should pay attention. Then in our whole Agrifood system, we should, and this goes to resilience as well, and it is the Mercosur, but there are some other areas, how complex chains you have for the food that you import. Okay, wasabi and coffee, probably you need to do it and it doesn't matter in the bigger scale. But then when it comes to this so-called everyday food, vegetables and meat and stuff, and there you should have not because we are protectionist, but everybody should have this kind of a short value chain. So you actually know what you buy, you know how healthy it is. And yes, the producer gets a fair price. There's a lot of, and I have higher ambitions and requirements for, but the people need to be paid for what way they are expected to do as well. Well, then the blind spot, very briefly, there's of course politics, as I mentioned, the common agricultural policy, what it is supporting, and then what requirements is in there, what kind of a subsidies for this kind of a transformation for organic, or support to transform to carbon farming. You probably know what it is, and there are a lot of possibilities what we could do. This kind of a combination of agroforestry, biodiversity, channels within farming, so forth. But the system itself doesn't actually allow big scale of transition, because there's economic risk for the farmer and production risk for the food industry to get the certainty of having the scale of production of certain types of goods for 5 years to make the business and so forth. So we would actually need this kind of a bigger change. And then again, it comes back to politics. Is there the common understanding that this is actually resilience and good for all of us?
Mm-hmm. Maybe, Boris, do you also think that some demand-side policies are missing? Is public procurement, for example, key here?
Well, and just a couple of words on sort of blind points, or if you should call them that way, because then kind of implies that, that they are just out of sight. I'd rather say kind of, few things to focus on more. Yeah, there's a lot of it already. In policies, in data, in knowledge, and that. But I mean, few things that we would really like to see. It's a little bit what Sirpa mentioned. There are a lot of practices, really good practices, that can help a decarbonization. So maybe really kind of to zoom into and get into a little bit more, to see what they are and how they support a decarbonization. The other one for us really important is to see where nature plays in, and nature in broader term, and that can be unpacked. Yeah, it's not just biodiversity, it's really resilience at the end of the day, kind of, which speaks to climate, and make sure that it is in the mix very strongly, because otherwise we won't be able to achieve. And thirdly, maybe when we say food, agri-food, food production, that's just somehow automatically for us is that where a farmer who produces food, but there's a whole chain around it, and sometimes I'm not sure that we are kind of really looking at the value chain as a whole. So each and every along the chain, in that chain has a major responsibility, and with that kind of focus on farmer, then sometimes all the burden falls on the farmer, which is not fair. So there is this kind of element of fairness and justice that has to be. So it's a shared responsibility along the chain. So that has to be looked into. And then eventually on this question on policies, well, there are lots of policies out there, but we have to work a little bit on making them more aligned and more coherent if they are really to work hand in hand.
Maybe back to Hayes, is it true that we might be forgetting the other end of the food chain? Do you think that the Commission should in the future give a boost to some demand-side policies? I'm thinking about earlier panels saying that the farm to fork is dead, the food systems law not being on the table.
No, it's not that. It's a piece of paper that was produced and that has been enormously influential in our discussions on food and agriculture, even today. But of course, we have elections and policies and politics evolve. So I think it's also important that European Union adjusts its policy orientations after European elections. So I think we are now steering on the basis of the compass provided by the Vision for Agriculture and Food, which really, in my view, builds on the farm to fork strategy. Particularly, it uses a food systems approach, but takes a slightly different angle. Particularly on food, one of the points made in the Vision for Agriculture and Food is that it's more effective to do more food policies at national level also, to not focus only on the EU level for that, because in the end food and the choice of consumers is really close to one's heart, it's close to one's culture. So I think in terms of effectiveness it's probably the right way forward. But I wouldn't say that we are blind to the food and to the demand side in policy making. Not at all. I think particularly in the area of climate policy, I'm from DG Agriculture, but we work closely with our colleagues of DG Climate. The approach on climate policy is really along the whole, for the whole of government, whole of economy, you could argue. And particularly in terms of, we were talking policy, and we have, of course, agriculture policy, we have climate policy. In all the reflections on how we design such policies for the future, we are obviously thinking about producers, processors, transport, consumption, waste. Let's not forget waste. So we really have an all-encompassing approach to that. So I'm not so negative about this policy evolution. I think we are on the right track.
Sirpa, I think you didn't agree with some of the points that were made, food being close to heart and maybe some policies at national level instead.
No, not at all. Of course, we have our preferences, what I wear, and still there are EU requirements how the textiles should be safe, for example, and not to have hazardous chemicals. And I think that if you put the agricultural policy even more on national level, on climate requirements, on biodiversity, on requirement to follow the EU, for example, ambitious climate law or biodiversity regulation, or using pesticides less as a precondition to have common agricultural subsidies at all. You might disagree, but this is my policy. If you have it in national level, I just see a nightmare on ineffective actions, and maybe some cases race to the bottom, and it is the fight whether it's a national part of the culture to have bullfights in Spain, or kill hunting dogs. This is because I sort of heard the animal discussion last time. Kill by hanging the hunting dogs in Italy, or as being a Finn, to shoot the wolves in Finland just because we hate them. And I think that the animals are all cut or not to cut the pig's tails. We should have a common standard. And yes, we should all adapt and adjust to each other a bit more, and not race to the bottom, but race to the up. And then again, not so easy climate for this at the moment. But even worse, one very brief, and we do not go there. We always are now defending in politics to have more support for industrial agriculture because of the resilience. Well, boy, this is the one that is going down with the severe crisis because of the dependency of nutrition, energy, and pesticides and all other imported in the EU, and it is much more scattered, small scale that actually will endure us through crisis. And this is a bit of this kind of a lobbying debate that we should actually stand against more than what we do, of course myself as well.
Maybe going back to Hayes, narrowing it down to the common agricultural policy, as it was already mentioned. I know you won't give us any spoilers on what's ahead for the future policy, but maybe some hints on how to hypothetically better integrate decarbonization into this framework, if that's the place for it.
Thanks. Yeah, no, that's a good question, and it links a bit because I would like also to respond to your points. I think and I leave the wolves and the dogs to Boris. I think that's his area, so I stay away from that wonderful area. But in terms of, I think you should decide what you wear. But indeed, the conditions for producing textile or food products should be, to a certain extent, harmonized. So I fully agree with that. And in the agricultural policy, what we've been trying to do, when we go into this business of trying to make agricultural production more sustainable, we have to find a balance between having a common set of rules and giving farmers in their specific location with their specific constraints also the freedom to have their business and to farm the way they want to farm. But we are really trying to have a common policy, like it says in the treaty, a common agricultural policy. And to answer your question, indeed, so also in future we will have a common agricultural policy with common set of rules linked to payments. I'm talking now about a subsidy scheme, so we have rules linked to payments. And indeed, I think there is a role for the CAP to support decarbonization, as we already do. We recently did a study to quantify what the current common agricultural policy does in terms of removals and storage of carbon, and we came to very good numbers. I think 31 million tons of CO2 equivalent in the 5-year period. And in the Vision for Agriculture and Food, we have said we want more incentives. So we want more carrot, if you wish. So there is clearly a role for the Common Agricultural Policy to be that carrot and to get farmers to produce in ways that reduce emissions or enhance carbon removal. And I think it is very important to say that this should be in synergy with our carbon farming and carbon removal legislation, which tries to draw in private money to achieve the same objective. So it's not public money alone, but it's public money together with private money. I hope this is enough of a teaser on the next CAP, but the rest you will have to read on the 16th of July.
I'll push for more later. Or the audience, I also encourage them to do so through Slido. I remind you that you can ask questions live. Back to Boris, you said that farmers are put too much of a burden sometimes, that they're given too much responsibility in detriment of others. So I wanted to ask you, like, if there's a price to be paid for decarbonization, how should we distribute it? Of course, simplification, competitiveness have become buzzwords in Brussels as well. So where do we find this balance?
Yeah, excellent question. I mean, why I mentioned farmers, because they are they are at the front line, and especially those that have most difficulties to cope with. That's a kind of small and then medium scale farmers. Basically, they are taking burden, and we saw that frustration, and that's what has to be really distributed. So I'm very glad to hear that climate and decarbonization climate policy really looks into the whole chain. It's only starts with farmers, and then the transport, the processing, the consumption, retail, the waste, and all those elements. And frankly speaking, some of these elements in the chain contribute to emissions more than farmers themselves. So that's one point. In terms of sharing that burden or who to pay, I mean, definitely. I mean, that's private and public. I mean, there is no any doubt about it. As far as farmers are concerned, a simplification and all that stuff in terms of bureaucratic procedures, and certainly that has to be done, and that's happening. But in that we have to really be clear. It shouldn't come at the expense of some of the key pillars of whole climate strategy and decarbonization a process, because we cannot achieve that if there are no three elements, and especially if there is no environmental element in that. So sooner or later, I mean, it's already hitting, but sooner or later it will be really hitting so hard that there will be no other way. So you better to take it into account now. And then last point in terms of farmers, yes, certainly. I mean, if simplification is for them to get access to some funding in an easier way, fine. That's exactly what has to happen, because they don't have that buffer, basically, first to account for risks, and then really to invest into all that burden that they have to go through in order to access some funds. And then last not least point, I think that we should really move on and not just be awarding sort of, acknowledging status quo. We really should incentivize, a good practice that will then accelerate that decarbonization process.
Thank you. Stirpa, you said you're a politician, you speak as a politician, so let's talk about political choices. Last year, Denmark took a big step and moved towards the first carbon tax on farming. Do you think this is the way to go?
Well, this is one example, because let's face it, regulation makes the level playing field. Or think of if we wouldn't have property rights or any regulation about if you drive on the right or left side of the street. So regulation it's this kind of a la mode to say it's bad, but it's not. But we can have stupid and complicated and bad regulation, but per se regulation is good. And then the second, what I was thinking. What did you ask? Sorry.
Political choices.
Political choices.
Potential tax for farmers.
Then the second is the economic incentives. Money runs the world. Okay, what you are paid for, and whether you can profit or you can live with your work, and what you are taxed for. So yes, do not subsidize bad behavior. Don't buy bad stuff, especially with the public funds, and incentivize a bit good behavior. Give them a bit of reward on the transition and so on. So it's pretty easy. But then as a tax, because the taxes are not on the EU competence, again there's the problem that some might tax and some not. I would like to embed it on the CAP procedures somehow, or this kind of a ETS procedure that was talked already, that they would be part of the ETS.
So back to Brussels, maybe, Hayes, if you want to reply on the possibility of having agriculture under the ETS, and also, as you mentioned before, carbon farming, maybe you can walk us through the potential you see in this scheme.
Sorry. So I need my notes for complicated questions like this one. No, but I think on the ETS discussion, so it's a trading scheme for agricultural emissions. I think we need to acknowledge that there's a range of regulatory and incentive-based approaches. So I think we should avoid trying to, which I sometimes feel in the discussions in Brussels, it's not a if, but a when. When will agriculture be covered by a trading scheme, by ETS 3, they say. And I think we need to acknowledge that it's not so easy. Compared to the current trading schemes, there are 9 million farmers. Maybe not all of them would be involved, because many of them are very, very small. But still, we are talking about an enormous wide range of operators who will potentially be covered by such a scheme. So I think that would be administratively very complex. You can say, okay, we need to do this with other methods in the food chain. But then again, you have the classic problem of agricultural economics, which is that farmers are the weakest one in the supply chain and will not have the bargaining power to ensure a good price, either for their carbon or for their products. In the end, it will come down to the same lack of power to have a good position to negotiate prices. So there is more aspects and drawbacks that you can link to such trading schemes for carbon, but obviously there's also advantages. Let's acknowledge it. We have been very successful with ETS 1, with the current ETS. And so that's why the Commission is doing a number of studies to really have very good assessment of the pros and cons of these systems. But also incentive-based schemes, carrot schemes, like I was talking about through the CAP. So I think we really need to have all the evidence on the table before we jump into a specific solution. So I hope that answers your question, but I think you asked a second one.
For carbon farming, how much potential does this hold? Because some farmers have expressed concern at the fact that it might decrease yields, for example. They're not sure. Again, as you said, they perceive themselves as the weakest link. So how would you encourage them?
So, well, as I said before, I think it's for carbon farming, we have public and private together. What we're now trying to do, we have, thank you to the Parliament and to the Council, we have a basic act that frames carbon farming. We're now working on a delegated act on the methodology, how to do it, how to calculate it. very technical, but super important, because it's like creating a market. And if you want the market to work, you need to have clear rules. So we need to set clear rules. How much potential is there? I think there's considerable potential, but maybe not in the more classical farming than you think. I think the first steps would be into areas like peatland, agroforestry, areas with permanent grassland. You need to try to encourage specifically there the carbon farming where you can have most benefit. So I think for particular groups of farmers, it will certainly be very interesting. And obviously, it's a market. So hopefully, through a pricing mechanism, it will become more interesting for many more. So we have very good hopes because in the end, if we want to provide a future for agriculture that is less dependent on the public purse and more linked to what farmers get from the market, whether it's producing food, fuel, fiber, or producing for carbon certificates, that's a good development. So we want to encourage this. So we believe this is part of a wider bioeconomy in which we see farmers of the future operate.
You ask for the floor. Go ahead, please.
Can I quite genuinely ask you, why do you not see the possibility in the traditional farming? Because it is a question of the methodology, so how you carbon farm, if you take the carbon farming as a broader term, and we have a soil desertification all over the Europe increasing, and depending what fertilizers, this is the bio-based fertilizers, what kind of fertilizations, how much pesticides, what is the circulation of different species you grow, you can add up quite amount of carbon that is actually bound on the soil. And I know that you are better specialist on this than I am, but as I've understood, this should be the normal practice after a couple of years in all farming in Europe for various reasons, and the potential, so I have heard, is huge. So why don't we put that in all farming requirements in place?
So, if I may, I will right away try to respond. So I did not want to argue that it was not for regular farms, but more that the potential is bigger in some farming systems. And obviously, there is a huge potential also more broadly. That's clear. What we do through the Common Agricultural Policy already, and what many farmers are doing by themselves, because it's smart farming practice, is, of course, to try to improve the level of carbon in the soil and to work on soil fertility, soil quality, soil health is one of the foundations for the future of any farmer. So it is already really part of farming in Europe. So I think I would fully agree with you, and you should certainly not underestimate your knowledge about carbon farming. I think you can be a good advisor.
And you are polite.
Boris, please.
Yes, it's already being said that wolves are with me. I won't compete or and yeah, pretend that I can. But anyway, so wanted to just to build on 2 points, and I think that that's where we really converge. Yeah. So one is that it is important to regulate, because there's a lot of discussion about this, potentially new financial mechanisms and instruments, and a lot of discussion about biodiversity credits, lots to learn from carbon credits in market, yeah. And I hope that will be taken very seriously into account while we discuss as we speak, yeah, on biodiversity credits. But then it's important to regulate, yeah. Not over-regulate, certainly, but to regulate to that point that there is that room for speculation is not too big, yeah, maneuvering space, yeah. That's really important for all the key players to come to the table and participate. The other one is just about what we were discussing about all those practices in carbon farming. So saying that there is potential, I think that we all agree on that. And when we discuss sort of blind points, it's not blind point. We know that there is a lot of potential and there's a lot of evidence on that. It's probably that we didn't kind of, put enough focus on that, just And that's exactly what needs to happen. That's what we would like to see in the next iteration of CAP. Not just CAP, but also other policies. Really kind of, to harness that potential, because there is a massive potential in it. And we know that. I mean, we evidence that. And it's not just about carbon. If we manage to marry carbon and nature, then it's really win-win. And there are a lot of win-win solutions. And that has to be incentivized, really, really very strongly incentivized. And then farmers and others will step in and say, yes, I mean, if we are supported, rewarded for that step forward, then okay, then let's discuss them. Then we can say there is a potential.
I have a couple or three follow-up questions. Someone from the audience asks for expectations ahead of the COP30. So maybe we can talk about 2030 in general. What would you like to see coming for farming and food? Let's not forget for that part. Then also for the Commission, maybe bioeconomy strategy. When we talk about policies in other areas, are there some key changes ahead? And then last question, again on carbon farming practices. Someone from the audience is concerned that it might be difficult to demonstrate these improvements. So how can we ensure farmers that they will be properly rewarded for playing their part in decarbonization? Maybe we can start by this last one and then look ahead at 2030.
Thanks. So I think for carbon farming, it builds on Boris's point on the need to have solid regulation. We need to have solid a demonstration that the carbon is stored and stored for a period of time. So obviously you need to make sure that this is certified. So you need mechanisms to do that. So that is precisely the kind of topics that we are now working on with the colleagues in DG Klima, to make sure that this is going to work. And also to make sure that it works in such a way that is attractive for farmers to engage in, but also attractive for other parties to want to buy. So that we need to get the level of regulation, and we need to get that right. So that is the question is very good, but it's precisely what we are now working on.
And for those farmers, for example, who have already implemented those practices, how do you demonstrate past efforts? If those should be rewarded at all?
Yeah, this is we have always made the point that you cannot go back forever, but with a certain number of years back, you need to demonstrate that, and that is also part of the work we are now doing. But that is it's the idea to have that included. We cannot have a situation that only the guys who start now are rewarded, whereas the people who are front runners and have already engaged, in fact, in an area where we wanted them to engage, and then we say, "Oh, sorry, yours don't count." But that, of course, is something we need to fix in the scheme that we are now developing. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And for bioeconomy, any comments on a strategy?
Well, bioeconomy, yeah. So we are working very hard with, in this time, the colleagues with DG Environment on the bioeconomy strategy. And I should say, actually, DG Environment, DG Research, DG Grow, this is really, I think what is interesting about the bioeconomy is that it's always been part of our research portfolio. So it was about innovation, it was about financing new projects. And now we are turning this into a policy. You could even say industrial policy. It's moving from financing just a startup to how can we scale up? How can we really make this part of the broader economy, precisely related to the carbon neutrality, where we need to replace fossil fuel-based products. So there's huge potential. There is a lot of innovation out there, and we really need to scale up. So that is the ambition. I think the deadline for this in the Commission is the end of the year, I think November, but don't pin me down on the exact month or date. So we are working hard to really turn more of an innovation policy into really an economy-wide policy on how we can use bio-based materials, biomass, to be a much more important part of the economy we live in. Yeah.
Sirpa, Boris, to wrap it up, this question about the look up to 2030, what would you like to see or not see in farming?
Well, a short comment about the bioeconomy. I don't know if I'm positive or negative about it. It depends. It is a huge possibility because of the biomimicry and bio-based, and it's easier to calculate than aluminium what is the sustainable levels. But it would need to be innovative. And there's also possibilities for forestry and agriculture of how to use the fibers and side products, and how even the medicines and polymers and stuff, this and that. But you can make it a stupid fight whether the biodiesel and burning the wood is the solution for all the problems of the world. And this is what I'm afraid. It's a bit the same than in agriculture, that you're stuck with the old story that is bygone already. And all of our member states, so I'm not claiming it's someone else, it's mine also, are guilty of this kind of a thinking. Because, of course, the existing actors are big ones and they have a bigger lobbying power than the new guys in the block. 2030. We should, and agriculture is the huge potential. It is the next to this building and construction. We should have a effective calculation methodologies of the carbon on the soil. And actually it is not only that the farmers would get from the ETS, they would need to pay for the ETS if their soil is degrading, if they carbon footprint on animal production, on energy, on pesticides is huge. Of course, you need to introduce it slowly and gradually to give it the time to adjust. So give both the spike and the carrot, and start with the carrot. And then the end of the rainbow should be clear. The farm should be carbon neutral and biodiversity increasing. And in some types of the farming, this is easy piece of a cake, and actually the farmers are doing it, or they are planning to do it already. In some structures, it's basically almost impossible. And then what do you do with these kind of a big units of industrial farming that are big negatives? And then there's a lot of political challenges, but also technical. How you put the indicators of good soil, how you put the indicators of carbon content, how you measure which amounts of biodiversity, how you transform that in figures, in money. And it doesn't come overnight, but at least I hope that we could make a common decision to do the work, how it would look like. And I understand that this is at least partly what is going on Commission.
Boris, how do you see the end of the rainbow?
Oh,
Silva put it.
Oh, sometimes there are two rainbows.
Two ends.
Well, I mean, you also mentioned COP30. If I'm not, yeah, we are sort of all heading for a little bit less because there are less badges, which is not bad at all. I mean, especially not for climate. But a lot of emphasis will be on indigenous peoples and local communities, and that's really important to hear those voices, and it's important for us here in Europe as well. What I expect is sort of reaffirm confidence in global agenda, global climate agenda. So that's because there are a lot of derailers, yeah, as we see today. So that needs to be reconfirmed, and that's where EU has a key role. I mean, we really have to be clear about it. It's not just about our soils, our farmers, our nature. It's about really EU sending that clear message, kind of some you know, this goal is non-negotiable. You know, really, if there are no strong voices such as EU in global discussion, then we are in a shaky position. Yeah, that's one. And then certainly, just to say, 2030 is around the corner. I mean, what looked like, you know, sort of distant future just around the corner, and I see that like, you know, a little bit pushing and kicking the can, saying, but okay, 2050 is not that much around the corner, so we have time. So every moment counts, yeah? That's another one. And then eventually, in terms of here, for us, as IUCN, definitely nature. Nature has to be part of equation, because if it's not, then there's no equation, and we cannot kind of calculate anything. And definitely, because there's a lot of discussion about farmers, especially small and medium size, they have to be at a table and they have to be part of discussion and decision making because it matters and pertains to them as well.
Great, thanks a lot to you all. I'm afraid we have to leave it here, so I invite Angelo to do the closing remarks.
So now a debate on the debate. No, I'm joking. This a moment to thank you all, to thank our sponsor to thank our sponsor Coppert and Innocent Drinks, to thank the Agrifood teams, the Agrifood team of Euractiv, Maria Simon Arboleas, Sofia Sanchez Manzanaro, Alice Berguin, Jeremas Lin, the event team that is also here. And thank you all for your participation and for helping us to keep this animated thanks to your questions. Thank you all and to the next time. Bye.